Shabbat shalom. Hope everybody's having a good Shabbat, a good Sabbath so far. Um, we're going to get started with the Sabbath prayers to open up the Sabbath day. We have some readings to do first. All right, so we'll do the readings first for this holy Sabbath day. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. All right.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom, sis. Shabbat for everybody. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. All right, so this is the morning, so we'll start with Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all a host of them. And on the sixth day, Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy power. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbath ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahweh, that doth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Shabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the chosen of Yasharallah shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and Banya Yasharallah, chosen of Israel, forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. All right. Let us kneel. Is Psalm 92, a psalm for the Sabbath day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For you, Yahweh, has made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rides up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of our Alahiah. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that Yahweh Eloheinu is upright. He is my rock, and there is no injustice in him. For Shema, Hero Yasha'Allah, Yahweh, our God, Yahweh is one. And thou shalt love Yahweh, thy God, with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh your Alahiah, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil, and I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other Elohim and worship them. And then Yahweh's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, unless ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them, your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if you shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you, to do them, to love Yahweh, your God, your Alahiah, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him. Speak unto the children of Yasha'Allah, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that you may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of Yahweh, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you used to go whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your Alahiah. I am Yahweh, your Alahiah, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your Alahiah. I am Yahweh, your Alahiah. Second greatest commandment: thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Blessed are you, Yahweh, who blesses his people, Yasharallah, with peace. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before you, Yahweh, my strength and my Redeemer. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Banya Yashra'ala, the children of Israel, Bnei Yisrael, and say unto them, concerning the feast of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. For Moses of old time has in every city them that preach him, being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day. And he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up. And as his custom was, he went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up for to read. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before you, Yahweh, my strength and my Redeemer, Bashem Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen. Okay, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. So today we pick up from Leviticus. We pick up from Leviticus chapter 14. I'm dealing with the plague of leprosy, different skin diseases, different types of mold, and malignant mold, malignant mildew that just won't go away. Sometimes it does go away. All right. In Leviticus chapter 14, it picks up. Um, these are preferably not, these are health protocols that teach us, what to do, how to do it, um, in a general sense, and also in a very, a very specific sense of when you have different types of diseases, different types of symptoms. Most of these things are referring to symptoms. It's not asymptomatic. It tells you exactly, what's going on with you, what your skin looks like, the color of it, the tone of it, and it tells you what you need to do medically, um, what you need to do medically in order to address the condition. All right. Now, the reading for this week, if you go to banyaunite.com, very simple, straightforward, Banya Unite, Bana Unite, and you click on calendar and readings, you'll see a chart for the readings every week, and you'll see a chart for the calendar also. All right. And it tells you what the readings are going to be every Sabbath day. Right. And it tells you when the new moons are going to be also. We have a new moon in 9 more nights. All right. There'll be another new moon in 9 more nights. So just look on your calendar and see when 9 more nights is going to be. That's when we have another new moon, which is going to be a holy day. So today's reading is Leviticus chapter 14, verses 1 through 32. And I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I'm gonna just read it all the way through. And I'm gonna try to read it with understanding. So if you listen carefully, you may be able to get a better understanding than if you don't listen carefully. Okay. Some of these things may seem kind of out of date, but we do have people that still have these different skin conditions even to this day. So when we have people that have these different skin conditions, even to this day, the Bible is telling us how to deal with these different infections of our skin, generally speaking. So it's telling us that we need to make sure that we're constantly taking care of our skin. All right. All right. So without any further delay, Leviticus chapter 14. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, This is a law for the leprous person on the day that he is to be cleansed. And he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go outside of the camp, and the priest shall see, and the priest shall see and look. I hear somebody just unmuted, and I hear background noises. I think it's I don't know if somebody's playing with the phone or unmuting mics and people unmuting them and they got background noise going on. If you don't got background noise going on, that's fine. But if you got background noise going on, please keep yourself on mute. So I gotta find my place again. Verse 3, and the priest shall go outside the camp, and the priest shall see and look. The attack of leprous disease is healed from the leprous person, and the priest shall give orders, and they shall take for the one who has been cleansed 2 clean fowl, and cedar wood, and scarlet spun thread, and hyssop. And the priest shall give orders, and they shall slaughter the one fowl over living water in an earthen vessel. And as for the living fowl, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet spun thread, and the hyssop, and dip them and the living fowl in the blood of the fowl that was slaughtered over living water, and he shall sprinkle it about 7 times upon the one who was cleansed of the leprous disease, and he shall be clean. And he shall send forth the living bird into the plain. And the one who was cleansed shall wash his clothes and have all his hair shaven and bathe in water, and he shall be clean. And after that, he shall come into the camp and shall spend time outside his dwelling 7 days. And it shall be on the 7th day that he shall have all his hair shaven, his head and his beard and his eyebrows, and he shall have all his hair shaven, and he shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and he shall be clean. And on the 8th day, he shall take 2 lambs of a year old without blemish, and 1 sheep in its first year without blemish, and 3/10 of choice flour as an offering mixed with oil, and 1 cup of oil. And the priest who cleanses shall set the person who is being cleansed along with these things before Yahweh at the door of the tent of witness. And the priest shall take the 1 lamb and offer it for error or sin, along with the cup of oil, and set it apart as something set apart before Yahweh. And they shall slaughter the lamb in the place where they slaughter the whole burnt offerings, and the ones for sin in a holy place. for the one for sin, like the one for error, belonging to the priest. They are holy of holies. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the one for error, and the priest shall put it onto the lobe of the right ear of the one who is being cleansed, and on the tip of his right hand, and on the tip of his right foot. And the priest, after taking some of the cup of oil, shall pour it into the left hand of the priest, and wet his right finger with the oil that is in his left hand, and sprinkle 7 times with his finger before Yahweh. But the remaining oil that is in his hand, the priest shall put on the lobe of the right ear of the one being cleansed, and on the tip of the right ear of the one being cleansed, and the tip of the right hand of the one slackly, and on the tip of his right foot, on the place of the blood of the one for error. Now the oil that is left in the priest's hand, the priest shall put on the head of the one who was cleansed, and the priest shall make atonement for him before Yahweh. The priest shall perform the one for sin, and the priest shall make atonement for the one being cleansed from his sin. And afterward the priest shall slaughter the whole burnt offering, and the priest shall offer the whole burnt offering, and the sacrifice on the altar before Yahweh. And the priest shall make atonement for him, and he shall be clean. But if he is poor, and his hand does not find, he shall take 1 lamb for what he has done in error, as an advance deduction, to make atonement for him, and 1/10 of fine flour mixed with oil for a sacrifice, and 1 cup of oil. Also 2 turtle doves, or 2 young doves, such as his hand finds, and 1 shall be for sin, and 1 for a whole burnt offering. And on the 8th day he shall bring them to render him clean to the priest, to the door of the tent of witness before Yahweh. And the priest shall take the lamb for error and the cup of oil, and shall place them as an addition before Yahweh. And he shall slaughter the lamb for error, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the one for error, and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one being cleansed, and on the tip of his right hand, and on the tip of his right foot. And the priest shall pour out some of the oil into the left hand of the priest, and the priest shall sprinkle with the left, and the priest shall sprinkle with the right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahweh. And the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his hand into the lobe of the right ear of the one being cleansed, and on the tip of the right hand, and the tip of the right foot, his right foot, on the place of the blood of the one for error. Now the oil that is remaining in the priest's hand, he shall put onto the head of the one who is cleansed, and the priest shall make atonement for him before Yahweh. and he shall do one of the turtle doves or of the young doves as his hand found, one for sin and one for a whole burnt offering, along with the sacrifice. And the priest shall make atonement before Yahweh for the one being cleansed. Last verse. This is the law in which is the attack. This is the law in which is the attack of leprous disease and the one who cannot find with his hand for his cleansing. All right, so that ends at the Torah reading, believe it or not. I need the Lexham, please. So now I won't tarry. It's not over there. So with this reading, number one, let's be very clear. This reading is not for you. It's not for me. So all of the steps and the procedures that we read about, we don't have to worry about that. Okay. In the sense that this was specifically given to for the Haitians and for the Limba people to understand, because this is their job. Okay, this is something that's very very redundant, very specific, and it has a lot of details. But fortunately for you, you don't have to worry about slipping up. The thing that you would need to do is to understand what are the principles about this process. What are the health precautions that we read about in the book of Leviticus chapter 14? So you can't just do your own thing, and when you see something happen and just say, well, I'm gonna do what I want to do, or just what the doctor told me to do. All right. But the doctor told me to do. All right. Now, the general understanding we see here is we see a lot of separation, which means that when you see that somebody is sick, you should separate yourself from that person that's sick. When you see somebody has something is contagious, common sense, you should separate yourself so you don't get whatever contagious infection they have. And when it comes to your skin, it's more detailed. And we don't know what exactly is the cleansing ritual that the priest went through. Some of these things, quite honestly, are secret. All right, because you're not going to somebody that's just saying, "Hey, you got this disease, and you're gonna stay here, and I'm gonna come back and look at you." There was some type of uh, topical or internal drink or something that they rubbed on their skin in order to make sure that that disease was cured. There had to be, all right, because the Most High is a healer. Okay, he's a healer. So there had to be um, things that were done to help the people get healed. We just don't know all those things now. Now, I will say that a lot of Haitians retain some of this medical science that we don't know about now. A lot of Haitian people have a lot of basic remedies. All right. So we see sacrifices being made. We see blood from a bird being put on um, the ear, the thumb, and the toe, okay, of the person that's being cured. Very, very strange practices. This is very strange in our day and time. We must admit that these are strange. This is a very strange ritual, and we don't understand exactly why these things are being done. But again, these are things that the priests had to worry about. Take care of your skin. You see like little manchas, like little spots on your skin, get it taken care of, look at it. If you see something spreading, go see a doctor immediately so that the doctor go see a dermatologist or go to a clinic or, get on, find an AI resource or Google to find out what's going on, with your body. All right. It's not something that you want to overlook for too long. The reading is in Psalms chapter 79, verses 1 through 4. And inside the Greek Bible, it'll be Psalms chapter 78 in most of the Greek Bibles. Psalm 78, verses 1 through 4. Okay. O Yahweh, nations came into your inheritance. They defiled your holy temple. They made Jerusalem as the hut of a garden watcher. They made the dead bodies of your servants food for the birds of the heavens, the flesh of your holy ones for the beasts of the earth. They poured out their blood as water in a circle of Jerusalem, and there was no one to bury them. We became as a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a joke to those around us. Okay, so here we see a ritual from the law being mirrored. We see a defilement has taken place. Okay, we see flesh is mentioned, which deals with leprosy. We see blood being mentioned, which was mentioned in the law. And we see water being mentioned, which was mentioned in the reading also. Um, we see a person that could be seen as a reproach being mentioned here as well as in Leviticus. That's why the person had to go outside. You can bring that from over there too. That's why we see the law mentioning um that's why we see the law mentioning that the priest was outside of the camp. All right. All right. So because the person was seen as a reproach, something that we had to keep distance from. All right. So now the people of Jerusalem, the scripture says that we became as a reproach to our neighbors. It says scorn and a joke. Okay. And we see that the center of our worship, Jerusalem, being mentioned, and also the things in the redemption process and the cleansing process for the leper was mentioned about the tabernacle. Okay. And we know that when we're talking about Jerusalem and blood being poured out, the goal was always to capture the temple. Okay. So again, these readings from Psalms, they uh they coincide with the readings from the law. They were put that way, made that way deliberately. Okay. Let's go into the reading of the prophets now, into Kings, actually. So we'll go to the book of 2 Kings, chapter 7, verse 3 to verse 11. So let's go there. 2 Kings, chapter 7, verses 3 through 11. And again, these are recurring themes. And just as a reminder, the story is, or common the common account is that when the Maccabees came over, or we went into captivity, or the Maccabees got conquered, anytime the Gentiles took the law, they would burn the law. And we had our other books, our other scrolls of this, the history type books, we still had those. So what we would do is go into sections of the other readings outside the Torah, because the Torah was burnt. The Babylonians burnt it. The Romans burnt it. The Greeks burnt it. And when they burnt it, we still had our other books. So we would find a section inside the other books outside the Torah that corresponded to, or that had a similar message as the law itself. And that's how we came to have the prophets reading, right, during the law also, okay, during the Sabbath. So so again, I'm in 2 Kings chapter 7, verses 3 through 11. And it says, "And Nathan said to the king, go and do all that is in your heart, for Yahweh is with you." Um, Actually, I think it should start with verse 2. That the king said to the prophet Nathan, "Behold, indeed, I am dwelling in a house of cedar, and the ark of Elohim, Yahweh, stays in the midst of the tent." All right. So I'm sorry, I'm in Second Samuel, my bad. It says second reigns, but it's supposed to be fourth reigns. That's the thing with the Greek. But we still got a verse about cedar out of it, right? All right, so we still see about cedar. All right, so let's go into Second King, which is going to be fourth reigns in the in your Greek Bible. So I got caught slipping right there. But my editors and producers, they got the message to me that I was reading from the wrong place. Second Kings, or fourth reigns. All right. So here it doesn't say two, it says four. Okay. It says four. Everybody see that? It says four. So I got caught slipping. My mind wasn't sharp. So um Second Kings chapter 7, verse 3. "And there were four leprous men," even more appropriate, right? "By the gate of the city. And a man said to his name," what does verse 1 say in your chapter? What does verse 1 say in your book?
Second Kings chapter 7.
Yeah.
Then Elisha said,
Okay, Elijah. Okay. Um, okay. "And there were four leprous men by the gate of the city. And the man said to his neighbor, why should we sit here until we die? If we say, let us enter into the city, and the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit here, we shall also die. And now come, and let us fall into the camp of Syria. If they keep us alive, we shall also live. And if they put us to death, we shall also die." And they arose in the darkness to enter the camp of Syria. And they came into a part of the camp of Syria, and behold, there was no man there. And Yahweh caused the camp of Syria to hear a sound of chariot, and a sound of horse, and a sound of a great force. And the man said to his brother, now the king of Israel has hired against us the kings of the Hittites, or Hittites, and the kings of Egypt to come against us. And they arose and fled into the darkness, and abandoned their tents and their horses and their donkeys in the camp, as it was and fled for their own life. And these leprous men entered to a part of the camp, and they entered into one tent and ate and drank and carried away from there silver and gold and clothing and went. And they came back and entered into another tent and took from there and went and hid it. We're not getting none of that this way. And a man said to his neighbor, not in this manner we are acting. This day is a day of good news, and we are silent and waiting until the morning light. And we will find lawlessness. And now come and let us enter and report in the house of the king. And they entered and called toward the gate of the city and reported to them, saying, we entered into the camp of Syria, and behold, there was no man nor human voice there, but only a tied horse and a donkey, and their tents as they are. And the gatekeepers called out and reported to the house of the king within. So even if a person is in an unclean state, their unclean state can sometimes cause them to make decisions that they think are decisions made out of desperation, but these decisions can end up being beneficial not only for themselves, but for the whole, but for all of their people, but for the whole nation. Okay, let's go to chapter 8, verse 4 through 5. And the king was speaking to Gehazi, or Gehazi, the lad of Elijah, the man of Yahweh, saying, do tell all the great things that Elijah did. And it happened while he was telling the king the fact that he sparked to life a dead son. And behold, the woman's son, Elijah sparked to life, was crying out to the king for her own house and for her own fields. And Gehazi said, O Lord King, this is the woman, and this is her son whom Elijah sparked to life. So again, we have that right place, right time, coincidental, all to fill the plan of the Most High. All right, so we see the same thing here. All right, as he's giving witness of something that happened, the actual people that it happened to, came on the scene. Right, and we see the same thing with Elijah. And then the Most High made them to hear chariots, made them leave. And when they left, the four lepers came up and they said, these people have abandoned the camp. We need to go and tell the king that the soldiers that were fighting against us, the soldiers that wanted to kill us, they have left from the area where they were. And that's how we get the history of the Assyrians. Not the Assyrians, but of the Aramya. That's their name, Aramya, being led away by Yahweh and by the Spirit of the Most High, making sure that there was an account recorded, of what happened. All right, so now let us go into First Peter. Martin. First Peter. I wouldn't say necessarily over here. I was just saying get him a gift. Somebody who was already sitting is my point. Let's go on to First Peter chapter 2, verse 13 through 17. First Peter chapter 2, verse 13 through 17. The scripture says, submit yourselves for Yahweh's, for the Lord's sake, to every human institution, to every man's institution. Somebody got that in the NRSV? Nobody's got the NRSV up here, do they? Let me have that. Let me see that book you got right there. First Peter 2:13. So basically, submit yourself unto every institution of man, whether to the king as the one in authority, or to governors sent by him for the punishment of evildoers and the praise of those who do right. For such is the will of Yahweh, that by doing right you silence the ignorance of foolish people. Act as free people and do not use your freedom as a covering for evil, but use it as bond servants of Yahweh. Honor all people. Love the brotherhood. Fear Yahweh. Honor the king. So here, now, mind you, that when we read about First Peter and we read about Second Peter, Peter's writing his letter from Babylon. Right? Peter's writing his letter from Babylon. And before Peter's time, there was another letter, another account that was taking place in that same kind of vicinity, which was from Shushan, south of Babylon, with Esther. All right. Now, this gives us a very important lesson, and it gives us a very unpopular lesson. And that important and unpopular lesson is that, normally speaking, you should submit yourself unto the civil authorities of the country where you live. Otherwise, you're going to be in jail, your wife going to be in jail, and your child is going to be in some state home. And this is the logic. And a lot of times people will, in other words, when you go into a city, if they have a sound ordinance that your music should not be heard outside of your car, if you do that, you're going to be all right. But if you have your music outside of your car, they're going to give you a ticket. You're going to get stopped. You're going to get searched. You may get harassed. You're going to get a fine. You may have to go to court. Okay. So they have these laws in place. All right. If the speed limit says 35, you got some leeway with the speed limits, though. So I'm not going to get too deep into the speed limits. But I will say, if it says yield on your left turn, you should yield on your left turn. All right. If it says yield on, your left turn, yield on your left turn. So we have different laws in place for our protection. So what Peter is saying, what Paul actually said, and what Hamashiach demonstrates to us when he says, if Caesar wants that money, that's his. If you're operating within his economic system, then you have to go by the rules that he has set up within his economic system. All right. So Peter's telling us to be very careful and to submit to the authority, because if you don't, you end up in jail. That's the honest to God truth. If you are constantly disobeying the laws of your province, of your city, of your country, you're going to be in jail. You will be in jail. So Peter's giving very, very sound advice. Okay. Peter's giving very sound advice because he even talks about whatever's in authority, even if it's to the governor. All right. Because you, as an Israelite, being seen as a keeper of the law, not promoting, right, punishment under the law, because that's what some people do. They promote for everybody to get punished under the Gentiles' laws. And a lot of people want to try to do the police, the job of the police. And that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about just live, you know, just live in accordance with the basic statutes of regulating things that you do. In other words, during rush hour, between 5 and 6:30, they may say you can't park on this side of the street. You can't say, well, they don't have a right to tell me where to park. I'm gonna park here anyway. What's gonna happen? Your car's gonna get towed. And once your car gets towed, you're gonna have to pay a fine. Again, you're gonna get a ticket. So save yourself a lot of trouble is what Peter is saying. Peter is saying, look, man, just do what the law says to do. And he says, honor. What does verse 17 say? Hmm? Can somebody else read it in one of their books?
Show proper respect. Everyone.
What book is that you got? Oh, that other one. Okay. So honor all men, which means what? Which means that if somebody is a leper, right? Or if somebody is a reflection of perfect health, give everybody proper respect, is what it's saying. Give proper respect to people, whether a child or whether an 85-year-old man. Give everyone proper respect. All right. So it says, honor all people, love the brotherhood. Do you love the brotherhood that we have in Israel, in Hamashiach? Do you love the brotherhood? Okay. Amas la hermandad. La hermandad. So love the brotherhood. Show love to the brotherhood. If you're 21 years old, if you're 25 years old and you just got married and you love your husband, you love your wife, but you only see them, speak with them, and talk with them once every 4 months, how much is that love going to increase? How much is that love going to desarrollar, to develop? How much is that love going to mejorar, improve? No mucho, not very much. Because the relationship is débil. The relationship is weak. So love is actions. El amor son acciones, hechos, acts, not just words, no solo palabras. Okay? Fear Yahweh. So respect, obey what Yahweh tells us. We have to fear him and respect him. And then lastly, it says, honor the king. Right. So that's all we got for this. So that's us. That's First Peter chapter 2, verse 13 through 17. Let's go to Matthew chapter 12, Matthew chapter 12, verses 9 through 14. Okay, so this is Matthew 12, verses 9 through 14. Departing from there, he went into their synagogue, and a man was there whose hand was withered. And they questioned Yeshua, asking, is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath? So that they might bring charges against him. But he said to them, what man is there among you who has a sheep? And if it falls into a pit on the Sabbath, will he not take hold of it and lift it out? How much more valuable? How much more valuable then is a person than a sheep? So then, it is lawful to do good on the Sabbath. And then he said to the man, stretch out your hand. He stretched it out, and it was restored to normal, like the other. But the Pharisees went out and conspired against him as to how they might destroy him. This is a very misused verse in the Bible. People use this verse to say it's lawful for you to work on the Sabbath day because your ox is in the ditch. But the ox in the ditch is not a metaphorical comparison. The ox in the ditch is being compared literally to a sick person. So the good that he's referring to on the Sabbath day are two things: saving or rescuing an animal and giving proper health treatment to a person with a withered hand, which means that if a person is, for example, sick and they get a cut and the cut is bleeding, very badly. And oftentimes you'll see on a movie, they'll take a hot stick or they'll take a hot uh, piece of metal, put it on a fire, and then what do? They put it on the wound so it closes and stops bleeding. So if we're in a situation to where you need to do that good on the Sabbath day to heal me, then do it. However, if we're in a position or situation where you need to work on a Sabbath day to get money to buy something you really need, don't do it, because that's violating the Sabbath, and there's no good in that. There's no good in that, because this metaphor that people have created about my ox is in the ditch so I can go to work, it doesn't exist. All right. This is not a metaphor. All right. Which a metaphor is when something is just kind of likened to something. Like it's as hot as a July day in the desert. That's a metaphor, because I'm in Chiapas, but I feel like I'm in the Serengeti. It's a metaphor. The simile is a man with the withered hand is as an animal that's stuck in a ditch, or an animal that's stuck in a pit. Get him out on the Sabbath day. That's what the scripture is saying, get him out. So that's what Hamashiach is teaching us. He's teaching us that healing on the Sabbath day is something that you should do. It's lawful for you to do this type of good on the Sabbath day. So it's not just whatever me and my mind say is a good thing. It's what does the Messiah use as his examples. And in each example, he used the physical healing or the physical rescuing of a person. on the Sabbath day. Now, with that being said, let's look at this from a very specific and detailed angle. No one can look at this text and tell us anything that he did, which is against the laws of Moses. You see that? He didn't do anything against the laws of Moses. So we cannot use this verse to try to justify breaking the laws of Moses, because he's not teaching us that we have the liberty to be disobedient. He's teaching us that we have the liberty, we have the ability to do good, to help someone that needs help on the Sabbath day. And it's even a stretch for me to say that you can do something unlawful on the Sabbath day to heal somebody, because he's not saying that. But that could be a valid application of the principles that he's teaching us. In other words, like I said about the fire, if I have to start a fire to heat up this metal to have you healed, I will do that. But what we also read about is on the Sabbath day that the Israelites would keep a fire going. You would keep a fire going. You wouldn't just let the fire go out. There was usually a fire going in somebody's house, in their house, or hot embers someplace. You know, in the area where they would cook and heat up their food and water and stuff like that. All right. So the Messiah isn't saying, oh, go ahead and heat up that thing to fix that wound. He's not saying that. All right. I'm saying that. What he's saying is, you know, if this ox or this sheep is in a pit, you'll get it out on the Sabbath day. So he tells us clearly, he says, how much more valuable is a person than a sheep? So if I would help that sheep, if you would have the sense to help the sheep, then you would help that person also. And another thing that we must remember is that both of these examples that he's giving are found in the Torah. The Torah tells us that if an animal falls, to help it out. But the Torah also tells us what? Moses also, or Yahweh also tells us that make sure that you have the pit covered on the Sabbath day. I mean, the pit covered in your yard, in your field. It says to make sure that your pit is covered up. I believe it's Exodus 21 verses 28 through 29. Could be mistaken though. 21 verse 28. That's talking about goring. Where's the pit one? Verse 33. Now, if someone opens a pit or hews a pit and does not cover it, and a calf or donkey fall in there, the owner of the pit shall make compensation. He shall give silver to their owner, but that which is dead shall be his. So he's saying, look, this animal died. So now what Hamashiach is saying is like, he's not saying that the animal, animal has died. Okay. He's not saying that the animal has died or that you know, the animal is in a bad situation that's, irredeemable. Okay. He's saying that this animal is just, this animal is in the pit. He's not saying that the animal is dead. This verse right here is saying that, if the animal does die. Right. Now, if we go a few chapters over into Leviticus, into Exodus, Exodus chapter Exodus chapter 23, verse 5. It says, now if you see your enemy's draft animal fallen under his load, you shall not pass it by, but you shall raise it together with him. So again, we see this animal that needs help. Okay, we see this animal that's fallen into a pit, and we have to give help. So these are the things that Hamashiach is talking about. Now, what would happen? Okay, what would happen if my seventh day or my eighth day of my leprosy examination falls on the Sabbath day? We would still have to, right? We still have to go to the temple because Yahweh told us, hey, you got to do this healing on this day. You got to have to perform this ritual on this day. On the seventh day, you have to do something. And on the eighth day, you have to do something also. You can't delay it. So these are the lessons that we read, all right? And Hamashiach is teaching us, again, deal with your health. Give healing to yourself, all right? And I'm not saying for you to go on a Sabbath day and now you want to cook yourself some, some chicken soup or some vegetable soup or some caldo or some consommé to make yourself feel better. I'm talking about an actual healing process on the Sabbath day that we can do. All right. Now, finally, we'll go to John chapter 9, verse 35 to 38. John chapter 9, verse 35 to 38. All right. John chapter 9, verse 35, 38. Yeshua heard. Now remember, we're saying Yeshua because a lot of you may be kind of getting caught off guard by that. Because historically speaking, at the time of the birth of the Messiah, they were speaking Arabic in Jerusalem. All of those phrases that you hear him speaking in another language, when he talks to the dead girl and tells her to come forth, the place where he was crucified, um, Golgotha, when he says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, similar to the Hebrew, but these are Arabic phrases that have been preserved in the Bible. These are not Arabic, but Aramaic. Excuse me. If I said Arabic, I meant Aramaic. These are Aramaic phrases that have been preserved in the New Testament, in the Bible. Okay. When it says Maranatha, so these are Aramaic phrases. These are not Hebrew phrases. His language that he spoke at that time was Aramaic. And Ezra confirms this when you read in the book of Ezra. A lot of the names were shifted over to have more of a Aramaic base to them as opposed to Hebrew. And we see Ezra when he wrote the Messiah's name, that name that the Messiah carried, when he wrote it in the book of Ezra, when it's written in Ezra chapter 3, verse 2, if I'm not mistaken, verse 2, it says Yeshua. Now, if you want, you can ignore the vowel pointings and pronounce it a different way, but there are certain rules that of the pronunciation. All right. So we don't see the long version, Yehoshua, anymore. We see the shortened version that was used in Aramaic. All right. And that's most likely a version that his parents used, because when they find archaeology of the first century from where he was from and other places in Israel also, we see they wrote Yeshua, which is a 4-letter word as opposed to a 5-letter word. All right. It's a yod, it's a yod, it's a sheen, it's a vawa or wawa, and it's a layin. All right, so we see that four-letter name. That's why we say Yeshua as opposed to Yahawashai or Yehoshua. You know, you can say those names. You're free to say those names. It's a free country, but historically, it wouldn't be accurate because that language and those names changed, from because remember from Joshua or Yehoshua or Yahawashi in the wilderness was 1,400 years into the birth of the Messiah. And there's very few languages that stay the same over 1,500, 1,400 years, y'all. All right. So it's not realistic to say that all of these names, words may stay the same, but names are going to change. The emphasis is not going to be the same as it was. So anyway, John chapter 9, verse 35 to 38, Yeshua heard that they had put him out, and upon finding him, he said, do you believe in the Son of Man? Right? So he's going into the blind guy, right? And he answered by saying, and who is he, sir, that I may believe in him? Yeshua said to him, you have both seen him, and he is the one who is talking with you. And he said, I believe, Lord, and he worshiped him. Now, when he says he worshiped him, that just means that he bowed down. He bowed, doesn't mean he made a statue, doesn't mean that he started singing songs to him and things of that nature. Worship means to simply bow down. He bowed to him, is what it should say. It should say that he bowed to him. Okay. But again, we see a healing. This man was healed, and people had a problem with Hamashiach healing him. And they said he didn't heal him. And he says, well, do you believe in the Son of Man? Which is a phrase that we see a lot in the book of Daniel. Right, the Son of Man. We see that phrase used a lot in the book of Daniel, right? Which came to be known, again, from Daniel's time to the Messiah's time. Remember, this is like half of a century, like 500 years. All right. So that phrase from the time Daniel wrote it had been used for the Messiah for 500 years. Okay. So now once Daniel comes on the scene and the Most High and him are talking and he's getting visions and he's writing down Son of Man. All right. So that begins to be used for the Messiah because it is used for the Messiah in the book of Daniel. Now, Daniel was part of the Babylonian captivity. All right. Daniel was part of the Babylonian captivity. All right. Daniel was part of the Babylonian captivity. And the book of Daniel, okay, the book of Daniel, a large percentage of the book of Daniel, again, is not written in Hebrew. A large percentage of Daniel is written in Aramaic. So we see a transitioning happening in about the 6th century BC in the 500. We see Israelites are starting to use more Aramaic. All right. Now, during the time that they start using Aramaic, when they come back to Israel, what happens a few hundred years later? The Romans, the Greeks conquer. And when the Greeks conquer, that's when we start using the Greek language because that became the language, just like the people in African countries that have been conquered by Europeans speak those European languages. Now, take those same people, remove them from their land, bring them back to their land, and then let them be conquered and occupied by another nation. Their customs, their language is going to change. Most Native American people, most indigenous people in America don't speak the native languages that they spoke before they were invaded and conquered. They speak the language of the people that conquered them. Most Choctaw, all right, most Creek, most Siksika, Sioux, Lakota people, most of them don't speak that language because they were conquered, and it was a total imposing of another language and culture upon the people. You remember we had big fights against Hellenism when and Antiochus Epiphanes invaded Israel, and we fought him for 2 years. Now, after that fight was over, the people just gradually started to adopt a lot of the Greek ways, Greek clothing and things like that. Jerusalem was the epicenter of the languages. It was the epicenter of Israelite culture. Religious leadership retained a lot of the Hebrew, and we see this in Ezra. But the common people started to speak a Creole type language, and then they also were speaking Aramaic. So Aramaic, but they still called it the language of our fathers. When you look in the book of when you look in the New Testament, why is it called the language of our fathers? Because they've been speaking it for 500 years. If somebody asks you, what's your language? What's your language? You're not gonna say Hebrew, or you may say, well, Hebrew, but really English. Because all your documentation, all your passports, all your birth certificates, all your writing is in English. But nonetheless, this can get to be more of a philosophical discussion as opposed to a practical discussion. But the point is that the Messiah's name has a historical, grammatical record of pronunciation. All right. People now come and try to say Yahusha, which is, I can understand where they're coming from, but it's not something that's historically viable. Like I said, number one, because you're dealing with a whole different time frame. All right. The question would be the question would be the four-letter pronunciation with Yod and Sheen, or Yad and Shan as the first numbers, not the five-letter pronunciation with Yod and He as the first letters in the pronunciation. So there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. And quite honestly, most Israelite leadership don't really speak about this. A lot of them know it, but maybe it's just a case of they don't want to rock the boat. Okay? They don't want to rock the boat. And you got to rock the boat if you head it in the wrong direction. Right? You have to make the changes and the adjustments that need to be made and adjusted to get to your destination safely. All right. So, believe it or not, that hour and 15 minutes of praying, reading, and discussing has brought us to the end of our Sabbath readings today. If anybody has any topical related concerns, well, let's actually, you know what, we've been forgetting to close out. So let me close out first. And when I say close out, I mean, let's go ahead and just say some prayers to end this gathering today, this convocation. All right. So, and then once we close out, we'll kind of come back for questions. All right, so let's face Jerusalem real quick. Yahweh, from the first days of creation, we remember your holy day of repose and cessation, which holy day began on the seventh day of creation, the count of which began, air was made, plant, beast, man, sun, moon, or star, and which were all made in your 6 days of work, with nothing bearing influence on the first recorded Sabbath day, save the prior 6 evenings and 6 mornings, before the 7th evening and the 7th day of rest, blessed and sanctified by you, Yahweh El Shaddai. Amen. All right, you can sit again for a minute. We'll kneel again too, so we'll read from Genesis 31, Genesis 2, Exodus 31. It says, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 6th day, Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. And Yahweh Elohim spake unto Moses, saying, speak thou also unto Banya Yasha'Allah, saying, verily my Sabbath you shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that I am Yahweh Elohim that doth sanctify you. You shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh Elohim. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore Banya Yasha'Allah shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is the sign between me and Banya Yasha'Allah forever. For in 6 days Yahweh Elohim made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. I'm not going to read the part about the sacrifices. All right, let's kneel again. Abanaw Shabashamayim Kudash Haya Shamka Yahweh Malakwat Kadaba'a Ratazaka Haya Isha Baratzaka Ya Bashamayim Nitananaw Lakam Kawiyawam Wasalakanaw Kabawatnaw Kasalaknaw Kabawatnaw Wala Adabayatnaw Banasayawan Abal Hashibnaw Manvi. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Yabaraka Yahweh Yashamarka, Ya'ari Yahweh Panya Alika wa Yakanka, Yasha'al Yahweh Panya Alika wa Yashamlaka Shalom. Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May Yahweh lift up his face upon you and give you peace. He shall come. When we finish, I'll say something about the Hebrew and the pronunciations after we do this last reading, which is gonna be Exodus chapter 20. And Elohim spake all these words, saying, I am Yahweh Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Aman. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh Eloheka am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh Eloheka in vain, for Yahweh Eloheka will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh Eloheka. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gate. For in 6 days Yahweh Eloheka made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh, thy power, blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahweh your God gives you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against thy neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's woman. You shall nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Aman. Aman. All right, so I want to make some clarifications here. Just in looking at some of the text, both in the Greek and in the Hebrew, we often come to the realization that we overcomplicate things. We overcomplicate things. If you ask a a child what is adultery, a lot of times they can't really give you an answer. If you ask them what does it mean, if you find a way to simplify something being corrupted, or especially if they're using computers, the file is corrupted. Because most people have seen that error when something's corrupted or breached or defiled, something is corrupted or defiled. So adultery is only a defiling, a corrupting of a union between people that have an agreement or a covenant, or there's a sense of connection between those two people. All right. Sometimes it can be permanent, apparently, and sometimes it couldn't be. It's not permanent, as is the case when you see somebody may pass away, things of that nature. All right. So adultery is not this big, oh, it has to be this, or no, adultery is anytime, and you simplify it. In other words, you simplify it. Think of it, if there are certain things that a man could forcibly do to a woman, or that a woman could forcibly or not forcibly do to a child, if those things would be considered to be, rape, or if those things would be considered child molestation, those types of things are what constitute adultery, not just the actual entry, but things short of entry constitute adultery. It's a corrupting of that union. And the example is when Yahweh says that we committed adultery against him. Meaning what? We turned aside from him and we started worshiping other gods, other false deities. We started bowing down to them and doing service to them. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing that I'll say is that regarding the name issue, you can look at historical scholars saying that, the name could be Yahweh, or the name could be Yahweh, which is probably the most popular way to pronounce it, Yahweh. But you don't see these, Yahuwahs, and I'm not picking on the people because of their pronunciation, but what I'm saying is that you just can't, in the if I'm not mistaken, in the 21st century, not even in the 20th century, but since the years 2000s have started, you can't just pull out a name and be like, we're going to change the name now because of what everybody's doing is mainly because of that Sefer Bible. The Sefer Bible says, oh, it's Yahuwah, and it's Yahuwah and Yahusha. All right. You can't just pull these things out. If you don't have a an academic or a linguistic background understanding Hebrew, if you haven't studied the Hebrew, all right, and if you can't show the records of why you're going to pronounce this thing this way, you really can't do it. So everything's changing. People trying to come up with new stuff, and it's every year now. Somebody comes up with something new that takes us away from the text of the Bible. And that's why we have to stay rooted. We have to stay rooted in the practices, the culture, the pronunciations, the worship ways, the dress, the household structures that we see in the first century and before. Anything after that is liable to be adulterated, as an example of that word. It's liable to be corrupted because we were no longer holding all of the cards. We were no longer the ones that were in charge. So Gentiles and Israelites came in and started to change things. They changed the wording in the Hebrew Bible. They changed the Strong's Concordance changes definitions of words a lot of times. Sometimes I should say. I know specifically for Kesed, it changed Kesed to say it meant the new moon. It means no such thing. And even some of the historical scholars, Jusinius, even Jusinius, when he wrote about it, a lot of his works are the foundation of what they have in the Strongs. Even Jusinius is in his blue book, he talks about he talks about the language and how the language developed and the different words. But even he says the way what y'all are saying does not make sense. If you look in his grammar book, in Jusinius's his Hebrew grammar book that was based upon some books that were written in the 1800s. Now, this is important because in the 1800s, a lot of times those records were still clear, they were still available, they weren't digitized. You had to actually go and look at it and talk to the people that were holding these records. So even he says, no, kesed doesn't mean that. I've never known that word that meant a word that meant covering to mean something that's bright. So even he had a problem with it. So my point is that we can't follow every trend and we can't follow these new things that are being thrown at us in the year, 2000 and 2026. What a lot of Israelites have done, if I'm being quite honest with you, they've got the way that they want to present a Hebrew culture and a Hebrew way of dressing and all of that. It's not really Hebrew at all. It's medieval. And that's nothing wrong with that, but the medieval does not supersede the ancient Hebrew way, of doing things. It's medieval. The medieval tabards, the medieval, open-sided tabards that's worn, the pants with no tunic. That's medieval. That's not ancient Hebrew. All right. So I just wanted to make that distinction that people can't just all of a sudden say, I'm going to do this and we're going to pronounce this word this way, and this is going to be the new Hebrew pronunciation. Like nobody, that guy that wrote the Sefer, he does not have the authority to tell. And it's just another case of Edomites, white people coming to try to tell us how to pronounce the name of our God, how to pronounce the name of our creator. Okay. And why is he even doing that? He's doing that because we lack the academic interest in studying and looking at these things based on raw historical data. That's why people can get away with doing stuff and saying stuff like that, because we don't have the desire followed up with the actual uh, works to put these things together. We just copy and mimic. You know, as much as I like the Paleo Hebrew Torah, it's just a copy of the regular Torah from the Masoretic text. They just changed the characters. You know, it's not a monumental work per se. It's just, they just took the letters and changed them. You know, they just took letters to change them. You know, most of my children could do that same thing. He's changing the letters out. You're just swapping the letters out. But to actually go and dig through and change the text, you know, to be more consistent and more in line with the oldest biblical text, that's a task. And I think there is one brother that we know of that did the whole Torah from the Greek. I think he put it into the Spanish only, but he took it from the Greek, the oldest manuscripts, and he put it into Spanish. It's an Israelite brother. We haven't done it in English. Nobody's done it in English, but we do have it in Spanish. But I haven't read the whole thing, but it's there. And then we don't do those types of things, but we claim to be so scholarly. All right. You know how a PhD gets to become a PhD or becomes a doctor? Who knows? Anybody in the audience know? One person knows. Anybody else knows? Hold up. Say it again.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How does a PhD, how does a person with a doctorate, how do they get that PhD? What do they have to do to get that PhD, that doctorate?
Formal studies and put a lot of work by itself.
Yeah, that's it. That's to get anything, but it's something. It's something very specific you have to do, because you have to do that to get your master's, right? You have to do that to get your bachelor's, right? I mean, you have to do these things at every step of the way, but there's something else you have to do. What is that? Huh? I can't hear you. You have to do your dissertation. You have to do is it going to be your dissertation or your thesis, right? Um, um, about what? You have to come up with a theory. You have to come up with something different, a dissertation. And when you get that dissertation, you have to say you're bringing something new to the table. You have to take a theory and take that theory you have in your brain and you have to make it a fact. You have to prove that what you're saying is true. And it's very rigorous. And we're already on that level as Israelites. Most of us, or a lot of us, are on that level to where we'll dive into the language, we'll dive into the history, but we're not showing anything new necessarily. We're not saying anything new necessarily. Shalom Karash Allah in the on YouTube. You know, we're not necessarily saying anything new. All right. But we're not, well, let me rephrase that. Right now, we haven't really said many things that are new, but we are saying things based on the information we have that's new to a lot of people. So when you get your PhD, you have to prove things that you're saying, and you have to bring new knowledge to the table. You have to bring something that wasn't there before, something that was not on the table before. Like the first person to say, oh, they didn't even speak Hebrew, they spoke Aramaic. They had to prove that with their dissertation. And their peers, and everybody thinks, oh, it's the Illuminati. Not a lot of these, you know, just to put things into perspective. If you go to the staff of the doctors at schools like, Berkeley, maybe even Wharton, most colleges in America, the teaching staff, we know a lot of time professors are already either two kinds of professors, those that are quirky and those that are very straight-laced and nerdy, right? Those are two types of professors. The suit and tie professor and the wrinkled t-shirt professor, right? The Birkenstock professor or the Brooks Brothers professors, right? Most professors, right, that I know that are going to be at Ohio State University or Central State University are not MAGA. Most professors are very liberal. So it's not this big Illuminati club of people just making up lies to control the population. Now, there is some influence of the Illuminati in all academic institutions, but usually it's in the policies or what you can actually publish. So the point I'm making is like, this is the point I'm making. When I say things, I'm looking at scholastic academic records. In other words, if I want to find out about the Hebrew, I'm not going to look at the guy that did the Sefer Bible. Even though the Sefer Bible does have some good, but it has some bad stuff in it too. I'm gonna deal with somebody who is a doctor of Hebrew, a person that you can ask about Hebrew and can give you an answer. This guy is not that. So if you have your if you have this way of why you're saying this word this way. Like I said, you can academically look at two main ways of pronounce, well, really three, but the third one is easier to dismiss. I think Yehovah or Yehovah or Yehovah is easier to dismiss because a lot of times they just took the vowel pointing for Adonai and they put those vowels for Yahweh's pronunciation of his name. Okay, so the point I'm making is you have to have footing behind what you're saying. You have everybody making YouTube videos, and I see that name Yahuwah, people are really promoting that, but they're promoting it because a white man came and said and published in the book that everybody's buying, his name is Yahuwah, and his son's name is Yahusha. It was Esau that came and brought that to the forefront with no academic, linguistic, or grammatical background for the Hebrew. Okay? For the Hebrew. And this is the guy that's coming saying, hey, this is why. In other words, when I pronounce the name of the Messiah, I'm looking at a book that had vowels put into it so that pronunciation could be preserved as right or as wrong as it may be. And this book was presented to the world over 1,000 years ago, which is the Masoretic text. Is the Masoretic text a perfect text? No. Is the Masoretic text a text that has historical and academic background? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So if you're going to come and say, well, it's not Yeshua, it's this Hebrew pronunciation or it's this Aramaic pronunciation. Show your historical records. Show your historical records. All right. Now, if you don't show historical records, if you say, hey, we're going to say Yahusha, we're going to follow behind the white man, okay, great. I would rather say Yahawashai that I know came from a black man that knew he was an Israelite that was trying to preserve that pronunciation based on very simple rules, as opposed to Yahuwah that comes from, or Yahusha that comes from a white man. That's just the fact. I'm prejudiced when it comes to who I'm going to follow that has least proof of what they're saying. Where has following a white man with no proof gotten us? But you following the black man is dedicating his life to trying to wake up black, Native American, Latino people, in New York City, and is trying to teach his people a form of Hebrew outside of making a Bible, but saying, okay, this is how we're going to pronounce these words. These are these words, what these words mean. I mean, Ariana and them, they were trying to do something good, and that good has been kind of twisted, and they didn't have the access to what we have access to now. So now we can look at what Ariana and them was saying. We can say, okay, we can refine this in this way. Right? We can refine this in this way. All right, so that's my little spill, my little information I want to share with you about the language, about the pronunciation, about the words. I'm not saying this is like a bad book. This is a good book. This is a good book to have. Okay, with the Paleo Hebrew letters on it, it's good. But it's like a mirror image of the Masoretic text. And the Masoretic, the pronunciation system of both are different than what we had in the time of Hamashiach. You remember, from the time they put those vowels in the Hebrew Bible, in the time of Hamashiach, was almost 1,000 years. It was almost 1,000 years. All right. So we have very little information from that time frame. But what we do have is, how would you might ask her, well, how do you know how certain words were pronounced if we didn't have vowels put into the language until 900 AD? How do we know how to pronounce? How can we see how to pronounce certain things if we didn't have those vowels, if all we had was the consonants? If instead of, Baruch, you just had Ba, Ra, you had a B, a R, and a K equivalent. All right. Instead of Shemayim, you had a SH, a M, a Y, and a M equivalent. How do we know how to pronounce these things? Well, the answer is, when you look at the different people where we lived, where we traveled, that conquered us, and they wrote down different names, how we said our names and how they spelled our names, they had written vowels. The cuneiform had written vowels. So in their written vowels, they recorded how these names were pronounced. So that's probably the best that's probably the best um, reference you're going to get, specifically in the same context. How is this name pronounced? And from there, you'll be able to see certain rules and certain patterns in the languages. And once you understand these rules and patterns of these two letters are together, and these are the vowels that filled in those spaces, and you understand the syntax of the word, you understand the structure of the word, how the word is put together, what vowel goes here? What sound are they putting between these consonants? Now you can apply that same logic to the to the um, to the other Hebrew words that only have consonants. Now, did the Masoretes do this? I don't know. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. Those records are out there. You just have to look for the records. I'm telling you a very specific set of records, which is the names of the Israelites that were put into captivity under Assyria and under Babylon, and maybe even under the Greeks. The Greek preserves some of the words also, except the Greek doesn't have an E. I mean, excuse me, Greek doesn't have an H. All right. It has an eta, all right, but the Greek doesn't have an H, and the Greek doesn't have a Y. That's why when you see Elijah, a lot of times it's Elias. And we read today, it was like some really funny pronunciation with two L's. So language in the Bible is very important. So when everything is said and done, it's really going to be your obedience and your compliance to the commandments. It's going to be your obedience to the Torah, your obedience to what Yahweh and what Moses have shown us they want us to do. All right. That's what's going to get you into the kingdom. So I mean, I know back in the day we put a lot of emphasis on, his name is Yahweh, and but I think we were the main, like one of the main groups of Bible believing people that came out and says this is his name and this is what we must promote. But if that emphasis was put on obedience, was put on not compromising the Torah, we might be in a different position. But the emphasis wasn't really put on that. It was on we're Israelites and this is the pronunciation. We Yasha'Allah and this Yahawah and this is Yahweh and this is Yahawashai. And a lot of times ignoring some of the rules that you have in Semitic languages. Early on we learned that there's no native or common E sound in some of these languages. You have a and you have I'm sorry, there's no common I sound, right? In the letters. All right. You have A, you have E, all right, but you very rarely have an I sound. So it wouldn't have been Yahweh Shai. It would have been like Yahweh She. And you see this in all of the Eastern languages and Semitic languages, right? That where we have that letter as the I, the ninth letter of the Hebrew alphabet is pronounced as E, right? It's pronounced as E. That's why when Muslims and Arabs say Jesus, they say ISSA and they say Isa, all right? That's why when they say Iraq, they say Iraq, all right? That's why when they say Kuwaiti, they say Kuwaiti with that I on the end. All right, so now contextually speaking, or according to the readings that we did today, and according to any of the things that you heard me say about the language and the pronunciation, if there's anybody that has any related questions, you can unmute your mic, and floor is yours if you want it. We'll leave it open for a minute. Anybody have any? First, let's go with questions. Then once we deal with questions, we will formally transition to comments. All right. Well, I don't got a question, but it's more of a comment. We don't want to do that right now. We want to just do questions now. So anybody have any questions? Okay, if you have a question, go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, excuse me, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
So when we were going over my note. So when we were going over
law. And when you talk about national law, Yeshua basically saying if we're inside of a economic system, a system based on rules, give them what belongs to them, basically. So there's two things that I have here as far as questions. And they kind of tie in together. So polygyny wise, right? That's against the rules here. Like here, specifically speaking, United States in general, Utah, you probably get a traffic ticket because that's the rules there. But nonetheless, polygyny, polygamy, anything that's outside of monogamy is illegal. So how would we go about that if we're told to behave according to the rules of this land is the question. Should it even be a thing? Or are we doing something like as far as biblical truth versus national law? Because national law can work 7 days a week, but yet we're told to uphold the Sabbath, right? So what are we going to do? We're going to uphold the Sabbath, even though, it's not really against the law to say can't keep the Sabbath, but that's just really what I'm aiming for here. So as far as that goes, how would that be put into perspective with what was just taught?
In the U.S. Constitution of America, most countries, I would imagine, you have the right, they make it legal for you to resist tyranny. They make it legal for you to resist things done and imposed upon you that are unjust. We see this especially in the U.S. Constitution. That you have a right to resist, they give you a right to resist things that are unjust. That's a constitutional right, especially you have a right to rebel against the state when the state is wrong. All right. So that would be the first part of my answer. Second part of my answer is that Hamashiach said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar. All right. And what the man and woman do, or the man and women do, or the man, woman, and children, their family, what they do does not belong to Caesar. Thirdly, what I would say is when you talk about the Sabbath and we talk about a civil authority imposing laws upon us that infringe upon our God-given rights. When the Most High told us to, keep the Sabbath day, and here comes the Roman government saying, you can't keep this. I mean, here comes the Greek government saying, you can't keep the Sabbath day or we're going to kill you. Our forefathers, some of our ancestors, they had an open armed rebellion against the Gentiles because we could do it at that time. So they resisted that wickedness that went against the Most High. They resisted it. Just like the Americans resisted at the Boston Tea Party, or the Americans resisted at the during the Civil War. All right. Or the Indian Wars of Andrew Jackson when he was fighting against the some of the Miccosukee and the some of the Miccosukee and the Muskogee tribes that are in Florida. All right. So, and the examples I gave was, yielding on a right turn, stuff like that, yielding on a right turn, traffic laws, not laws that impact your worship toward the Most High. His law is supreme, but Yahweh doesn't have a law about Roman taxation. All right. Yahweh has a law about what to do money toward his priests and toward the temple with the half shekel every year. But in those areas where man has made laws that Yahweh isn't specific about, and we understand the purpose of these laws, Peter, or let's go back to what Peter said. All right. Peter told us, hey, look, when these laws are passed, y'all need to be subject to the governors, subject to the civil, subject to the civil authorities. Submit yourselves for Yahweh's sake to the institution, every institution of man. So submitting myself for the sake of Yahweh. I'm not submitting myself for the sake of Yahweh when people are forcing me to, I have to respect my son's new pronouns now. All right. I gotta let them call me them and they because that's what they want to put on me as an experiment. I don't gotta respect that. All right. And then the last part he says, in verse 15, he says, for such is the will of Yahweh. All right. That by doing right, you see that? By doing the right thing. So this is when man's laws and Yahweh's laws either intersect or don't contradict. When they intersect, it's fine. When they contradict, we always got to go with Yahweh. We always have to go with Yahweh. Hamashiach did this especially against his own civil authority when he said, it says not lawful for you to do this on the Sabbath day. He said, well, y'all got these man-made laws that y'all made, but y'all contradict the laws of the Most High. So I'm going to go with the Most High. And this is the discussion that he had with people a lot. You make the commandments of the Most High void. All right. So polygyny, specifically speaking, polygyny or man having more than one wife is a God-given right. It's a right that's given to us by Yahweh. No more than they can tell you you can only have one child, like they do in China, can they tell you how many wives you have, no matter how much legislation you enact. They can say, hey, we don't want you doing this, but they can't go against Yahweh's rights that he's giving you. He's giving you certain rights as a human being, certain rights as a woman, and certain rights as a man. So he says that, or to governors as sent by him for the punishment of what? Let's go back to the context, the punishment of evildoers. So we're not talking about righteousness, we're talking about evil. So the context of what Peter is talking about, he's talking about these people are going to punish you for doing evil. Even at that time, Israelites were known to have more than one wife. Even they passed a law later on under the Roman Empire called I believe it was Lex Antoniana, where they said that an Israelite or a Hebrew are exempt from the Roman laws of monogamy. It was made a law by the Romans. And finally, in a civil system, let me say this also. In most states that I've looked up, okay, in most states, fornication, having sex outside of marriage, is illegal. It's illegal. Maybe not in Las Vegas, or maybe not in Nevada, but it's illegal to have sex outside of. If you look up the laws in your particular state, you'll find that it's illegal to have sex outside of marriage. All right. We have sex outside of marriage. So now what we have is something that's a law on the books, but there's absolutely no enforcement of that law. None whatsoever. There's none. So now when it comes to having more than one wife, it will fall under the state laws about fornication. But there is a separation of what? Everybody knows this. There's a separation of what? Of
Religion.
Right. There's separation of church and state. Now, I cannot go into the middle of a street in America and just kill a chicken, cut his head off, and let his blood spill on the ground. I can't do that. But somebody that's part of a Ifa or Yoruba or even Jewish religious system, they could do that because that's their religious observation. So with the separation of your ecclesiastical, your spiritual freedoms, and the state's authority over you, your religious freedom, again, everything is constitutional. They've given you that right. You can go into a court and say, these are both of my wives. These are all three of my wives. Honestly, a woman can go into a court and be like, these are both of my husbands. This is our religious belief. And the government has already put a protection in their laws that will keep you safe. All right. So these things have already been, and this is a funny thing because you got to give credit to these white people when they put this paperwork together. They covered all their bases. They covered all their bases. They gave you say, me as an Israelite, I practice polygyny. Hey, that's all you got to say now. That's all you got to say. The problem you're going to run into is when it comes to estate distribution. If somebody passes away, it's more clear cut with one man and one wife. It's more clear cut. All right. It's kind of like a lot of default stuff going on. All right. It's a lot of default stuff going on. So if by default, it goes to one person, that's what it's going to be. But if there's nobody for it to go to by default, now you get into probate court, or you get into actually having something written out, a trust of sorts, or a will of sorts, which a irrevocable trust would probably be the easiest way to do it because people can contest a will. But if you have a trust, you have a trust system set up, this is what Edomites do. Edomites that have money, they don't mess with wills. They put everything in a trust. And when everything is in a trust, or they do it by a trust, or they do it by policies, insurance policies. If my name is on that insurance policy, you can't get none of it. But if that same money from the insurance policy, let's say $250,000 is in a bank account, now that bank account money goes into probate because I want some of that because this was my relative too, and why should you just get the only one? Even if I was named as the only one, somebody can still contest that, right? But if it's just a woman, one man and one woman, hey, that goes to the wife. But if it's a one man, a woman, and then a mistress comes out the clear blue with a 13-year-old son, and here's this other woman that was his quote unquote wife with grown children, they're gonna look at this other woman like, well, she doesn't have a legitimate claim. This is his son. Da 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 da. Da. You see that? So having everything worked out beforehand, number one, because we want to do things to prevent problems before that problem is unmanageable. Okay. So in closing, most people don't know. Most people work off of what I think or I feel. All right. Now, and I'm like, no, there's basic, in order to be part of the UN, you have to respect certain freedoms of people. You have to respect certain rights in order to be a member of the UN. So most UN member states, all right, they have the CHR, United Nations Council of Human Rights. As wicked as they are, they always have things written for the protection of people in general. All right. So I would say constant for you as an American, as much as we may not want to admit it, you are an American. You're an American. All right. You got an American passport, you got an American license, you got an American birth certificate, you got American. If something happens to me, I'm gonna get American Social Security, not Israelite Social Security. I'm gonna get American Social Security. All right. When they want to see, when I'm filling out my paperwork for a loan, when I'm filling out my paperwork to get a loan, when they ask me, am I a citizen of America? I'm not gonna be like, no, I'm sovereign. Or no, I'm gonna be like, no, I'm a Hebrew. I'm gonna be like, yes, I'm an American. And we shouldn't be necessarily ashamed of that because we did help build America. California, Texas, Tennessee, Arkansas, Ohio, Maryland, or Maryland. We built all these places. We have just as much of a claim to the benefits of being in America without the wickedness associated with how it got to be where it is now. All right. So I did say in closing. So in closing, there's nothing against the U.S. law. As a matter of fact, the U.S. law encourages you to to practice your religion. And if your religion is that um, your family structure can be done in a biblical way, you have that right. And they can't take that right away from you. They won't take that right away from you. You feel me? So there's no real conflict because polygyny is against the law for the people that's under their system, not for us. They recognize the fact that we're under a religious ecclesiastical system that we're under that's working parallel to theirs and intersecting when we wanted to, not when they wanted to. All right. And that's why you have a Beit Din. You have a court system that can get set up, house of judgment, things of that nature. Obayat Dayan, Beit Din. So we have things that we can do, but no, it's not. Their laws about polygyny don't apply to you as an Israelite that's working under Israelite law. It only applies to their civilians that don't have a religious law or that have a religious system that coincides with U.S. social practices, and that's their goal and aim, to align everything with their government so that they don't have any friction. But if you do have a government, like if you are Muslim, or if you are, Hebrew, if you are Mormon, they understand the fact that, oh, well, they have a whole different religious system that we have to respect, and they respect it. And that would be how I would answer that question. Okay?
Uh,
Yeah, come.
okay, so that clears that up. A lot of y'all.
And
And this is my second question. All right. So this is really extensive. Okay, because I'm thinking today. I'm thinking present, but I'm also thinking future tense. So in regards to people working on the Sabbath, which is a no-go, and we talked about this before, but I'm gonna still ask anyway. So, what if they're a doctor, a surgeon, or some other form of chaos work? Firefighter, cop, what's the other one? Jailers, corrections, because corrections, I mean, they'll be put on 24, 48, especially if the system goes on lockdown, nobody can get in and out of the jail. So they're there. They're literally just there, getting paid. So in that regard, is there a way that one can do the righteous deed of keeping the people safe, or I get called, like for instance, this happened to me once. My grab clotted in my left arm right when I was about to start my shift, when I was doing security. And I had to go to the hospital, and it was like Friday night. I remember I had to go to UCLA Medical Center. I went to the emergency room, and people got called in. They got called in from wherever they were at, and they did an emergency angioplasty on my left arm, or fistulagram rather. So they removed the clot, but they got called in. So you may have a situation like that, but they're getting paid for it. So, but is there a way that they can, like, somebody can go in, do whatever it needs to be done to save a life, or to uphold justice, and I don't know, could they forfeit that? I mean, because the labor laws, they are being paid because of the labor laws, but could they forfeit that money to like the poor, or just burn the money? All right, do something with it. You know what I mean? So that way, there's no kind of a gain whatsoever. So that's basically the question, to be able to uphold the righteous part of doing the work, because their job literally requires it, and also not being paid, being able to stay true to Yahweh.
I mean, ultimately, man, like you can't tell somebody if they're saving somebody's life, like I wouldn't tell that person to burn their money. I let that between everything doesn't have to be like legislated by us as men, brothers, and leaders. Like it's really not my business if they save my life and somebody wants to give them $40 for every hour that they were helping me get my life saved. I would leave that between them and the Most High. I wouldn't say, nah, you got to burn that money, or nah, you got to give that money to charity. Because at the same time, at the same token, I don't know how they're getting there. I don't know what all they're giving up for that day. They're not quote unquote like working in the general. They're not working in the general sense that the Bible is talking about work. We're talking, and the reason we're asking these questions that we know that these are exceptions, because we know that this is not somebody going out, cutting your grass on the Sabbath day or painting your house on the Sabbath day. We know this is a specific person with a specific set of skills that's doing something that's necessary to do on the Sabbath. We know he can do it, but the biblical system, and I'm gonna intertwine the questions and the answers. The Levite that was on duty, that had to cleanse that man on the Sabbath day, he got compensated for that. They got compensated. They were always being paid 10% of what everybody had. So it wasn't like a special day. It wasn't like a special day. And if he had to bring that offering on the Sabbath day, the priest got his share out of that still, right? So the priests are still getting compensated for that work that they're doing to save that person's life. So that's a principle that we can apply to a type of resolution for that situation. Okay, so for that situation, and that's what I would leave it. I wouldn't say, brother, keep the money or burn the money. I would say, hey, this is the example we see. The Levites in the Bible were working to heal people on a Sabbath day, and were taking benefit from the offerings that were offered on the Sabbath day. And it was okay for them. Okay. Now I wouldn't say, hey, well, we're gonna burn this money. I wouldn't say that. So I know I said me personally, I wouldn't say, hey, burn this money. I wouldn't tell the person to burn or not to burn it. Because ultimately, like I said, that's gonna be between them and Yahweh when you have a situation like that that's not clear. Like we're not gonna be able to answer like every scenario, but we have a blueprint that we can refer to see how it was handled in the past. So you may need to dig a little deep, like those two examples. You may have to, but we see these examples, in the Bible today. In Leviticus chapter 14, we see that example that they brought this offering, and he still got his part of the offering, but then that guy had to go and get them turtle doves. And this is a very odd reality, right? It's an odd reality, but check this out though. Where he get the turtle doves from on the Sabbath? You know, did he buy it on the Sabbath day? Like, where did he get these turtle doves on the Sabbath day? Where did he get these sheep from on the Sabbath day? Is it a law saying that he had to prepare before the Sabbath? Or did he get it on loan? Now remember, when you go to work a lot of times, there's no monetary exchange on the Sabbath day. There's no exchange on the Sabbath day. So you're not going and cashing out, on the Sabbath day. You may be able to rack up a debt, I don't know, on the Sabbath day and then get compensated for it later on. But there is no clear, cut and dry yes or no answer on whether they should or shouldn't be compensated for saving somebody's life on the Sabbath day. I say you're better off, or it's not taking cold cash or silver or gold on that day. But you may, you people may take it anyway. Again, this guy was on duty, but he got compensated from that sacrifice. And then he got paid when people would bring their 10% to him, bring their offerings to him, throughout the week. That system didn't stop when the Sabbath came in. He still had to do his job on the Sabbath day. I would say that the question about shomer or shamar, keeping people safe on the Sabbath day, is a more clear biblical example. But again, we're talking about a duty or a job. We're not really talking about compensation, even though there was compensation. When we look in, I'm gonna read Leviticus 13 real quick. I mean, Nehemiah 13. I'm gonna start on verse 18. Did not your fathers thus, and did not our God bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet you bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut before the sun set, and commanded them that they should not open till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So men were guarding the gate on the Sabbath day, enforcing an order, not an order, enforcing a rule that Ezra created based on the rule of the Torah. No buying and selling, no carrying heavy loads and all of that. So the narrative continues. So the merchants and sellers of all kinds of merchandise lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. And I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge you about the wall If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my God, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. All right, so they had people watching out for making sure that the law was being kept on the Sabbath day. So they had people doing, protection and security. And this is not even protecting people. This is protecting the sanctity of the Sabbath day. So how much more so actually protecting people, from attack or from danger or from threat on the Sabbath day. So that's righteous to do. It's righteous to have protection for people on the Sabbath day. And if people are kept in ward, you can't just, let them. If people are kept in ward, that means you're in charge of them. So you're their custodian. So the same way as you have a prisoner, that's no different than you have your family or your child. They have to have facilities. They have to be cared for. They have to be watched after. They have to have food, okay, even on the Sabbath day. So that's the situation that's real. Like you have to make sure that your family, you can't say, well, this person can't go out. They need supervision. But if it's a place like, Norway or somewhere, of course, the American and Mexican jail system is different than the Scandinavian system. Scandinavian system is more peaceful. They actually help you. They serve you. You have freedom to walk around. So, and I would imagine in the ancient Israelite prison, it would be more like a Scandinavian type of prison because the people were inherently good in society. There was not a whole bunch of murder and theft. It was adultery. That was the big things. It wasn't a bunch of thieves. It was just a bunch of freaks. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a bunch of, that's why pimping is more glorified in the Israelite community than drug dealing is, or than any other a lot of other vices, because he got all the women and they pretty and he got the money and the cars and all that when pimping was a bigger thing, So you would have this jail system in ancient Israel even now. But let me say this too. Do your best not to have to work on the Sabbath day. And that's how you can avoid a lot of these things. It's not wrong for me to be a doctor on call on a Sabbath day. But if there's other doctors and I'm always the one trying to be on call, that's going to be a problem. So again, safety concerns, health concerns are in a different category, even with the Messiah. This is what he was constantly doing. He was healing on the Sabbath. He was providing medical care on the Sabbath day. All right. So that's the best I can answer that question. I hope it, addresses your primary concerns.
But um, now this is my answer. This is my answer to what it is that you just gave me. In both instances that you gave me, the Levites were concerned. The Levites had special protections from Yahweh in order to be able to conduct that type of work, which is opposed to the basic Israelite man and woman. So then, would we be getting into a tribal distinction?
Well,
it should be
and now
only?
if you got Levites to do it, do it. But if you don't got Levites to do it, it still needs to get done.
Okay. And the only reason why I'm doing it is because when I'm thinking of these things and I'm taking these things, I'm also bringing an opposing argument to what somebody may say to me when I'm speaking to them in regards to their own life and welfare.
Okay.
Because for instance, Yawakani.
Well,
And
let's see if we have any other questions first, because
Khan,
just put that on the front burner, but just turn the heat down a little bit. Is that before we go further with Yawakanan and
so that was just a small. I just said.
no, I'm saying before we go further with Yawakanan and the example and
Right.
the response or the debate type questions so that you can be prepared to defend a righteous position by anticipating what somebody could say to try to throw off the zone. Is there anybody else, any other brother or sister that has any questions?
That was just one part to the question. You answered the first part.
Yeah.
That was the present tense.
Mhm.
Now we getting into the future tense of the question.
Okay.
Remember, I said there was still two parts.
Yeah, I still want to pause that real quick. I want to just let's see if let's see if anybody else have another question. Then we're gonna come back because we've been in. I don't want to be on because I want everybody to get their question out, and then we can come back and circle back real quick. Anybody else got any questions real quick? No? Yes? I can't see y'all. I'm assuming if the mic is off, it means no. I'm looking right at you. Is that's a no, Masha? All right. Now, did anybody have any comments real quick? Any quick comments from what we read? All right, what's your comment, brother? Go ahead, call on number one. Call on number two.
First Peter 2, when we went over being subject to the ordinances of man, it took me back to the conversation that we had about ice.
Yeah.
For those who don't know me in this Quran, Rabbi Allah had a conversation about the whole ice situation and how citizens how citizens and those who are not citizens are reacting to the deportation situation, and we were talking about emotions aside, because I could understand how it could be frustrating for us to see our people go through a situation like this, but at the same time, as we spoke, at the same time, the reality of it is that these are people, and yes, we could argue and say, oh yes, well, this was our land first, whatever the case may be. We could say that, and people do say that, but the reality of it is that this land is governed by a European power, and you have to, respect and honor those ordinances and laws and abide by those because you're not in power. You don't have military power. You don't have you don't have the economic power to change anything at the moment. You know what I'm saying? It's really up to them to decide how things are going to be, and ICE is responding out of laws and ordinances that are established here in America, and we're getting upset about that. But you guys came to America not being citizens of America, and now you guys have to go back. And it's not like we spoke. It's not like you can't come back or go back and do things the right way, get your paperwork together, and handle that situation in the right means. So I thought this was very a very important part of daily life, even because it's like, like I said before, I watch a lot of these body cam videos of people who get overly emotional, and the police tell you to roll down your window or get out your car with your hands up. You know what I'm saying? And you want to argue and make the situation worse. You know what I'm saying? Even King Solomon said that how a prince is persuaded, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's by
Entreating, much entreating.
right, much treating the prince is persuaded. You know, so
But they
you know,
want people want stuff without entreating the leadership. They want to just get it because they want it. They don't want to go through any legal or wisdom motions to get it.
so you know, like I said, this is very important of just daily life. You know, daily life and how to respond in situations like this. And I thought what really stuck out to me is how it says, verse 18, it's gentle, but also to the floor. So, you know what I'm saying? If the police telling you, get out the car, oh, I feel threatened. I didn't get out the car because I felt threatened. Well, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that you either gonna get out the car or we're gonna have to get you out the car. And that's usually how that goes in those situations. So, you know, it's just better to be like, you know what, you got it. You know, but our people want things when they want it, and then, you know, when the time calls for them to be responsible and take responsibility for the lack thereof, they get caught up in situations. But that's all I gotta say.
It's a good commentary. And let me just make a brief response real quick. I won't be long. Northern Mexico never belonged to Issachar. Let me say that again. Northern Mexico, California, Texas, Arizona, that never belonged to the Mexicans. It only belonged, the Spanish stole it from the Gadites. When you look at the northern Mexican states, from the west to the east, you got Baja California, you got Sonora, you got Coahuila, you got Chihuahua, you got Nuevo León, and then the last state you got is Tamaulipas. When you go to those northern states in northern Mexico, you see that these are Gadite people. These ain't Aztecs or Mayan. The same ones north of the Rio Grande River are the same ones south of Rio Grande. It's the same people. I've been to the reservations and I've seen the people along the northern border. You know, I've seen it's a group of people called the Mayo that I interacted with in Sonora. I interacted with some of the Gadites in Tamaulipas. I went to a reservation of the I think it was the name of the people is the Kiliwas. Okay. I went to their reservation in and that's a California culture. But it goes into Baja California also, into where the state where you find Tijuana. All right. So Mexico, then there was the Spanish-Mexican War or Spanish-American War, and then the Mexicans and the Americans fought. And then they said, okay, they divided the families. The ones north of the border were called, this is America now. South of the border, now you all belong to Mexico. All right. But now most of the people that come up from Texas and come into Texas, a lot of them come from those border states. You may get some from like Durango or Zacatecas, but the ones that's been there for hundreds of years, a lot of them didn't come from too far south of them states. They came from them 6 border state areas. All right. So, with that being said, each country has these same laws in place. Okay. What do you think is going to happen to you or if you sneak into Russia? All right. Not even Russia. Let's pick a more realistic and a more heartfelt example. Sneak into Jordan and tell Jordan, this is my ancestral land. I got a right to be there. And see what they do to you. See what they do to you. Go to Jordan, or even not even Jordan. Go to and I'm making a point here. Go into Syria and say that and see what them Syrians do to you. The problem is that, and this is the reality. The problem is that people take the white man in America. He's so chill now, they take him for a joke. Like he won't put that fire up under them. They forget how he got what he got. They forget that he's the devil. And his minions will serve him faithfully, no matter what color they are. This man raped, robbed, and murdered the planet Earth to build his empire. And he'll be damned if you're going to circumvent his rules and come and try to take what he got without him giving you the okay. So I can understand from a political standpoint. Don't look at it as America. Look at it as Russia. Look at it as Japan. Look at it as Americans sneaking into if the white man was sneaking into Japan doing what our people are doing in America, y'all would call the white man the devil. Man, look at me. But since it's our people, we say, oh, they can, it's okay. Just chill, white man. We kind of more lenient on it, and I'm not saying we should or shouldn't be, concerned about what's happening overall. I'm saying we should be. Let's cut that heat off. I'm saying we should be concerned, but at the same time, like we said, we got laws in place. Now, like I said, though, if you feel like you can come on in, do your thing. But if he catch you slipping, bro, you got, if you get caught slipping, that's on you. That's why they always say, people in California that's in places where they, dealing with vegetables and fruits and doing agricultural work, what they doing right now, a lot of them, they staying out the way. They staying out the way. They ain't on the corners selling their oranges hardly, probably no more. They say, man, I gotta wait for this to cool down. But these other people in the city, they want to go out and you want to drive your car like everything is sweet, man. Like everything is sweet. If you're gonna do it, stay out the way. Just do what you gotta do. Just stay out the way, man. That's all I can say. Stay out the way. But I'm gonna say this too. These laws are in place for a reason. And the US government, low key, and the US government is not even doing it like for us per se. I mean, they're not doing it for themselves. They're doing it for their citizens, quite as kept. Because people that are paying taxes but not filing tax returns, they pumping millions, if not billions of dollars into the US economy, and that money stays there. In other words, you pay your taxes, but you can file your taxes and get all that tax money back, especially if you got a child, because you get your tax credits, especially if you got another tax write-off. But if you don't file, you paying money into Social Security, into Medicaid, you paying money into a retirement fund system that you're never going to even benefit from. That's extra money in their pockets. And if that's been happening for the past over 50 years, how much millions or trillions have they been able to accumulate, within that whole time frame? Because people that are working in America that's getting a check, they paying, county taxes, city taxes, state taxes, and federal taxes. Everybody's getting money. So, but the US government is saying, well, you know what? It's not even about the money. Because when you got a union job, that somebody's supposed to start out at $25. And then you got somebody that's not with the union that's getting paid to do that same job for $10 or $12. And then the makeup of that is going into that big company. That's when the regular American citizens start having a problem, because now they feel like, you're taking money out of their pocket and it's not going into, now they got to compete with a cost of living that they've established over the past several hundred years with somebody that's coming from a lower cost of living environment, shipping money back to where they came from, which is fine, but you're doing it at the detriment of a living wage. So now you're saying that Americans would have to compete with foreign nationals and live like foreign nationals do when they have a destination to go to. Because when you go into Mexico, when you go into Nigeria, when you go into Yugoslavia, when you go into China, they don't make the sacrifices in their countries like they would make in America in order to be able to live, to save up that money. So we're working to save money and to live. They're working a lot of times to save money and to build something someplace else. And the ones that get comfortable, being without their proper paperwork and going around America, they got caught slipping. And that's the simple truth. They just got caught slipping. But these laws are in place for a reason. It's above our pay grade. And if you get caught, I remember when I was in a Black and indigenous country, in the Latino country, I was in Belize. And I was in Belize, and I believe my paperwork had expired. I wasn't able to go and renew my paperwork. They held me in custody for like, about, 3-4 hours and threatening me to go to jail. This is in my people's country. They threatened to put me, they brother, in jail because I didn't extend my I think my 30 days was up, and I didn't go and get my visa renewed. You get 30 days, it's free, then you got to go back and pay for another 30 days. I didn't do that. So they said, well, we could put you in jail. They took it very seriously. All countries take them laws seriously. And my own people were about to, this is, Benjamin, Zebulon, and Dan in Belize, they were about to put me, they were about to put me in jail. Well, at least they threatened that they could. But ultimately they didn't. I had to pay the money, and then they let me go. You know what I'm saying? They paid the money, and I left, and we went into Mexico, and then went up to Cancun. But my point is that, and I was saying this on our call the other day, this situation is not something that's unique. Number one, it's not unique to America. Number two, other countries do far worse. If you want to talk about some human rights violations, I don't see nobody crying about the wickedness, the evil, nasty, just terrible things that the tribe of Simeon is doing to the tribe of Levi. Utter wickedness, totally unnecessary aggression, to the point to where when I post them videos about Dominican police stopping brown skin or darker skinned people because they think that they Haitians and they want to see where's your, the cedula or sus papeles or whatever they want to see. I got videos, and I've shared the videos where they be stopping and it's so funny because it shows you that they don't not like Haitians because they black.
They don't like the Haitians because they Haitian. It ain't got nothing to do with them being black. Because once they stop a Dominican and that Dominican say, oh no, I'm Dominican, oh, okay, sorry, hermano, it's okay, cool. And they just going about their business. But they got that dislike for a lot of the they got that dislike for the Levites though. They got dislike for the Levites and they want to kick them out, but they stopping just random dark-skinned people. And then the guys start to talk, oh no, with a Dominican accent, and was still doesn't prove they Dominican, it just proves that they got a Dominican accent. But they take that accent, be like, oh, okay, well, you must be Dominican. They let them go. So it's not even a color thing. It's not a color thing. It's a thing of where, you Haitian, and we don't want you in our country all like that. So this goes on all around the world. It ain't something that's unique to America. Like I said, I've been in situations where people try to kick me out the country. And I've been in trouble with them because I did what? I overstayed my welcome. At the end of the day, you are a guest in somebody else's house. All right. And you gotta ask yourself a serious question, you guys ask yourself a serious question. And I hate to put this question this way. If you're making, let's say you're making $22 per hour, and then you got somebody here that's getting paid $15 per day. I just seen an advertisement. It was like make $200 to, I want to say $300 a day as a server, right? What's gonna happen? All y'all Americans on here, what's gonna happen if everybody from here can come up there and start working for 25? They would work for and start working for, not, listen, you make in an hour more than they make in a whole day. So what's gonna happen, right? If they are allowed to just come to America at their own discretion without going through no proper channels, and they come where you're working at, and they start working for $5 an hour, because they will do that, because they'll make working more than 8 hours a day, and they're getting paid, let's say they're getting paid 500 pesos a day, which is about $25. So they go from making $25 per day, right, to making $40 a day. All right. Or, I'm sorry, to making $5 an hour. But most of us making that here is not going nowhere. Making 500, not going nowhere. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that person is now making 60% more money, and they got 4 or 5 of it. What's gonna happen to your job that you're working on? See, you got to look at this from a practical, governmental, social viewpoint, not just with our emotions. Not just with our emotions. You got to look at it practically. What do Americans do? Americans save their money, they start a business, and they get their own people work visas in other countries. We've even talked about that here with y'all here. We've talked about how in Turkey, once you start your business, you can be self-employed and you got to pay your Turkish taxes. We've talked about that. And the problem is that our brothers and sisters don't realize that they together have millions of dollars to fix their status, to stay legally, and to bring other people over and to compete fairly, with the economic system. But they're not doing that. It's just every man for himself. You know who is doing it? And people ask that question. People always ask why. They're not going to Chinatown. You know why? Because the Chinese are organized. Because they're organized, and a lot of times they got their paperwork straight. And they're not just, willy-nilly walking around like everything is happy-go-lucky. And you don't realize that, and I learned this when I was in Belize also. These Chinese people, they are Chinese government employees. They're not just having a business idea and coming to America and that's it. No. When I was in Belize, for example, the number one, the Chinese people were buying money for more than the exchange rate because they want that US dollar, number one. So they had a black market buying US dollars. Number two, I saw with my own eyes different Chinese merchants from far apart, different parts of the district I was in, which is Cayo or Cayo, right? I saw all of them together having a business meeting. They're not competing with one another. They're working together. Even in your cities, look at these Arab stores in your cities. Just follow them. They all going to the same mosque. They're rotating personnel between all 8 different stores. Nobody's operating haphazardly except for the Israelites in America that got the most power to organize and to structure, whether you're Mexican, whether you're Dominican, whether you Black American, whether you're Haitian, you have the resource to organize and structure and to work with your brothers and your sisters. But we don't do that. So that's why Chinatown ain't getting raided, because they organize, because they're a structure, because they have a relationship as a block with the political representatives in that area. You know how much revenue they're bringing in together with their businesses and taxes, and they have all their people working for these businesses. And they're paying millions of dollars in taxes as a block in a constituency. So which is going to be stronger? 10 individual incomes scattered around the city, or 10 individual incomes together working as a block? No. Well, he paying such. No, we're paying $2 million in taxes a year. We're paying this amount every month for our mortgages and our rent. We're pumping this much money into the economy. But we don't have that type of thinking power to apply that logic. We have the capacity to do it, but we're not using that power to think about these things. So that's why you got people scrambling around the streets. All right. And look, Somalians was good. Somalians was good until they messed with the federal government. And that's what made everybody go to Minnesota. When they saw, oh, they trying to play us, they trying to take from us. This was the government saying they trying to take from us, and they found out they was doing scams and sending money back over to Somalia. That's when U.S. government was like, hey. So other than that, man, they would have been cool. Because they have the things that the Chinese have. They have their businesses, their restaurants especially. They have their people working for them. They have community mediation. They keep problems and violence down, but they're a little more rowdy than the Chinese are now. They're a little more rowdy. So the government's like, nah, y'all doing too much now. Y'all doing too much now. And look, not for nothing, but now everybody want to be Judah friend. Now everybody like, well, Judah, what happened? Were you gonna help? And Judah like, well, remember, black. Black. So black, papi. But Judah could, Judah is kind of still standing up trying to help people, but just not on a level as if it was him. And this is the perfect opportunity to forge trans-tribal unions amongst our people. You know, UBNAC, United Browns and Natives of the Americas and Caribbean. It's the perfect time to forge alliances, and that would lead to helping Israelites, you know, get in a better position to do better. And, you know, not just necessarily come to America, but them people that are being deported, guess what? They got your American money and their non-American resources can combine and benefit you and them. In other words, you take that same person that's getting deported that knows how to do all this other stuff, and now you say, well, you know what? Let's rent this land over here. You know, let's get some banana trees up here. Let's take these banana trees. We ain't gonna sell the bananas. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna dehydrate the bananas and we're gonna package them up and we're gonna sell plantain chips. We're gonna sell banana chips, which are two different things. We're gonna sell the chips like that. So now you're adding value to whatever product it is that you're growing. And now that same person that got deported can be exporting their products into America, making 10 times more than they were making working in America. But it's the clocking in, clocking out that our minds and bodies get used to. But there are resources in a lot of places that can be positively exploited to generate an income, you know, to be able to survive on a higher level, man. But nobody's thinking about or talking about it. They're just thinking, oh, you get kicked from America. That's not the worst thing that can happen. If you get kicked out, you can still import stuff into America. You can still export, you know, from your country. You know, if you got a real estate license when you were up there, or you got a broker's license when you were up there, you know, you may be able to still work that even if you're not in America. So now I guarantee you though, if you was just in the country somewhere, minding your business with your land, nobody probably be messing with you because we trying to get in the mix, you know, and you know, we far up, you know, we think we under the radar, but we're in the midst of where everything is happening, you know, so now we got these problems. So, you know, so yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's the reality of a government. You cannot just, if you yourself had a government, had a country, you would not just let white people, African people, Latino people, Black people, Oriental people just come into your country whenever they want to, and they can just stay there. If you got laws in place and you got an economic system, you got a school system, all right, you got medical systems, you would not just let anybody come into your country can do anything they want to do when they want to do it. If you looked at your country as your home that you got to protect, even in your neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? How would it feel if a bunch of Hindus just took over your building where you live at, or your street where you live at? Now it's all Hindu. You got temples around here, you know, and they illegal. The Hindus come in, they got no. Hindus come in, they buy hotels, all the Patels. I knew some Patels too, but Patel, them the one that own the hotels in America, the Patels. They from one family clan in India. The Patels, you know, they own a lot of the hotels. Patel Hotel. So my point is that if you are a governmental leader, you got to ask yourself a question. Are you going to say, these people, this brother, this sister can come into my country? You got a country, and they don't got to keep my laws. You're going to be like, nah, you got to. And if they come in and they're contributing to the economy, this is where it may change. They contribute to the economy. You may be like, well, we're still going to export, we're still going to deport you. Or you may be like, okay, you're contributing so you can stay. What is that going to do? That's going to tell people that if they come in under the radar and then they play by the rules, they may be expected or acceptable to stay. But what the U.S. government is doing is like, hey, but that's going to send a message that, hey, if you don't come in playing by the rules, then it doesn't matter because we'll let you stay anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's like stealing from a store and then going outside eating what you just stole. You know, you get out the store, you open up your coat, you taking out all kind of steaks, taking out all kind of beef link sausage, and you barbecuing in the store parking lot. And that's what people are doing. They say, okay, well, I'm here, but I came here illegally, you know, and yeah, the white man, he may be targeting people that's brown. What you expect? What you expect? If you had your Israelite country, are you gonna go after people that look like Israelites or people that look like Donald Trump? Who are you gonna go after? You forget who ran a country, who's in charge. The white man rules America. Don't you forget it. He rules. He makes the rules. As sometimes they perverse, you know, and sometimes they are all right. But if you play by his rules, you have a greater chance of success in the game that he created. We've maintained America with white people for hundreds of years. We've maintained it. But we have legislative say so on who comes in, but any legislator knows you cannot, any country you go into, you got to show your passport. And they give you a certain, I've never been to no country where they just let me in without showing no type of identification and told me I could stay as long as I want. So I don't know where people are getting this idea that, oh, I can just come here and do what I want to do. What country on the earth is going to let you come to their country? There's only one country like that. It's a specific city that's in Sweden. They let anybody from any other country can come to that one city and stay as long as you want. You may have to show ID, okay? So anybody can enter. Everybody. But any other country, man, like I said, I've been to so many different countries. All right. And in all of these other countries, they let people come in, but you got to go by the rules. Now, certain countries will let you come in just because of the passport that you have. All right. Because of the passport that you have, there's certain countries that will let you just come in, showing your passport. Even if they got a beef with America, you can still come in. You know, you can still come in. Um, um, so these things happen a lot. But everybody has and this is the part about it y'all don't that we don't really recognize. The fact that these brothers and sisters that come to America, ain't there one of them inviting you to come where they are to do anything down there. But you can still go, you know you could go. Like you go to Dominican Republic, it's all love. You go to Haiti, you know, it's all love. Like it's all love. Dominicans will let you stay. Even if you overstay your stay, they won't deport you unless you Haitian. And then in Haiti, certain stuff you got to pay in Haiti, like they just like let me in. You know, they just let me in. They don't really bother people, you know. Um, in Haiti, you know, and they got border zones too that you can go to in some of these countries. Like in Mexico, you can go 20 miles inside of the country of Mexico, 20 or so miles, and You don't gotta have you can overstay. They give you 7 days, but once your 7 days expire, you can stay in that part of the country. You know, so look at this on an international level, not just on what the white man is doing to certain people. I don't know what he's doing to white people. I know so far it seems like he's targeting Somalians and Latinos. That's what it seems like he's targeting at this point. Why? I don't know. I don't know why he's choosing to target, the Israelites and then the Hamites. Those are, I guess, maybe even I see Nigerians. I see some Nigerians were getting deported too. They was getting deported all over America. And you asked yourself a question. Do white people really need to enter America illegally? Maybe that's why you don't see white people getting. How many white people are there that have entered and overstayed their welcome? I mean, they coming from like Europe or Serbia. They can just go to England and be good. It's easier for them to get into England than to get into, America. So they're not really over here, this part of the world, And then also remember that like we don't know the full background story to what's going on either. Like what this person have done in their country that the US government knew or didn't know. Did they do something terrible? Did they do something, I know a lot of the brothers and sisters were let in good and a lot of bad when Cuba was let into America during what they call the what they call the boat people, when they fled Cuba and Castro opened up the jails and just let all the prisoners come into America. And some people were not prisoners, but he mixed it in. And you see that at the beginning of Scarface. That's at the beginning of Scarface. And then they show his tattoo. And for some reason, some kind of way he was still allowed to stay. But anyway, Payala, what was the other part of your question?
Khan, you said a lot that one resonated with me, a lot. That was a lot that resonated because my family, the Gadite side of my family, when they fled North Dakota, and then they traversed into kind of like Rosarito, kind of like territory in Mexico,
right,
to get away from what was happening up there when Esau was just running around pillaging and doing everything that he was doing. And then they had to regain entry back into the country. My grandfather, his father, my great grandfather, he regained entry back into the country, but that identity was lost. They don't even talk about being Gadites. They're strictly Mexican. And so even when you want to talk to my grandfather about being Native American, he completely just offsets the idea and just shuts it down. Even though they have relatives from over there, according to my grandma, she's the one that spilled the tea about everything. She's like, yeah, this and this, and that's that. So that's very telling. And then were you talking about like the upward portions, like kind of like close to Texas and all of that? You have the Tejanos. I don't know if you know about them and who they are, but they don't classify themselves as Mexicans because it's weird. They don't classify themselves as Mexicans. They're actually Gadites, but I really don't know how to describe them. Like if you could look them up and kind of find a classification, because I know they're Gadites, but it's like they'll straight up tell you like I'm not Mexican. I don't come from Mexico. When the war and stuff was over, like who cares? No, I'm Tejano. And they come, they're literally like in Texas, kind of like the southern area, northern, adjacent to Mexico. So their history is very similar to what you're talking about. And then the whole immigration thing, that puts everything into perspective. when you mentioned Esau and how Esau just been pretty chilled, you know, he's let feminism run wild. He's let people just do a lot of different stuff, and now he's like, all right,
Party's over.
really, really, and that, and just to speak freely for a second, as far as our move goes into Ohio and Alabama, that's one of the pitfalls that I want to avoid as far as Esau becoming alarmed with our activity. And that's an entirely different conversation. It's just that similitude that's there. I don't want to end up like Minnesota. You know, I definitely don't want to end up like Minnesota and the Somalis. So that's that part. I'm gonna cut that off there. Then there's the part where you mentioned Judah. Judah is, we're not, and I'm gonna say this, you know, I got love for all of my tribe members, like everybody, but Judah as a whole, and I'm talking about, like, you know, because we talk about the FBAs a lot, but just Black Americans in general, they're de-alienating themselves from everybody. Absolutely everybody. Esau, Moab, the rest of the 11 tribes as a whole. They're literally putting themselves in a box and like, we're not buying nothing, we're not touching nothing, we're not doing nothing, we're not going out there, we're not marching with you. We don't care because we set the trends. This is everything that we do, and everybody wants to do like us, but they don't want to be us or give us credit. And it's really funny that you say that whether we like it or not, we are Americans, because a brother went to the no, he didn't go to the UK. I think he was talking to some brothers that came from the UK. I think he was talking to some Benjamites. And the Benjamites immediately referred to him as an American. They was like, well, you know, you Americans do X, Y, and Z, and you're like, hold on. Are you talking about the white ones or the black ones? And then they got stumped. They were stumped. They couldn't. I was like, because you take our culture and everything that we built, which we built from nothing. You look at all of our entertainers that we got, and basically we'll call every other tribe a tether, and we've never done that before. We've never tried to take back what we've created and what other tribes have taken from us and pushed to the forefront. We've always supported everybody else through every endeavor, and it's not to cause any type of any type of discord amongst the tribes. It's just, this is what the facts are. So it's funny that you mentioned that part, and now that Esau's talking about segregating us again, it's like, you know, we don't care. Because even here in California, like, I see people, I try to talk to you, be cordial with people, but for the most part, I don't care. I stay in my lane and I serve Yahweh, and I do what I gotta do. But ultimately, what am I gonna do against ICE? What am I gonna do, about Moab? What am I gonna do about all these different people that are out to get me just because I'm Judah?
Right.
So, you know, I have to be in this box. Now, if you're another tribe member, and this is how I operate, if you're another tribe member, yeah, I rock with you. Straight up. Yeah. If I see you, I'll tell you you're Israel. I'll tell you, hey, you need to repent and do X, Y, and Z. But if I see that you acting off brand, and then you're on that kind of tip, I won't even mess with you.
Right.
Just stay in my lane, and I do what Judah's supposed to do. So, and then I'm gonna end that part with that. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting that you brought all that up, because that just shows you what's going on in the world today, and how closed-minded Americans can be within a system that Esau created. And it was a fun party. It was a fun party for when it comes to stomping on Judah all day. And I say that bluntly. I say that flat out. But now it's not fun anymore once you get caught. And it's not helping you anymore. So, much love to other tribes. I love them dearly. But at the same time, it's like you get to go back. So wherever it is you come from, we have to stay. We don't get to go anywhere. So whatever Esau brings, they're already ready for it. They're like, we dealt with it for these 400 plus years. We'll deal with it again. Whatever he's going to bring it. But we already been here. Do what you got to do. So on that front, I'm going to leave that there. And then back to my question. And I know it sounds kind of biased. You know what I mean? I'm not putting the other tribes out like that. I'm just what I'm doing is I'm generalizing my reality. Because this is the reality that Hadassah and I wake up with. That my mother-in-law, Yahweh Guy, wakes up. We wake up with this reality. But when we go out and we face the world, this is what we see. This is what we do on the daily. But if I ever do run into my other tribes, man, I ain't got nothing but love for them. But I gotta do what Judah do. So back to the question that I had asked. So future-wise, when we get our own institutions, all right. So let's say we have our own institutions, like in Alabama, okay. And I'm not even gonna say Ohio. I'm gonna just say Alabama. So let's say we get to Demopolis, and we're actually able to get into an institution. Let's say we're able to get to town. Let's say this is 10, 15 years later. All right. And now we actually have Israelites. We got doctors. We got a doctor. We got a couple surgeons, maybe. We built enough to be able to get that. And we have these services available, right? We got chaos services available for Israelites. And this is literally a Torah-based run town. That's the scenario. Can we put in place for the Shabbat, to be upheld, where if something happens, we can have these people on standby, but not have them get paid, and to where they would actually work for free, because in order to
Well, a person like that, you'd have to have the person on salary instead of on an hourly wage.
and then that would offset that.
Yeah, you give people work, and that's how the Levites are working on it. Levites weren't working on a case by case basis. They got whatever they got regularly, and just generally speaking.
Okay. Because these are all, and then we get up in there, like I would like to make a dialysis center. We talked about that on numerous occasions when we spoken about that.
If people got to die, if people got to dialyze on the Sabbath, then there's not nothing unlawful about that.
It's just the little things that, because when you hear it, it's like flatline. But there's also mercy and truth. I understand that. So, okay, all right. I guess that's it for now. Apart from what I had generally asked earlier, that was a good build. I liked it. I don't know if everybody else liked it, but I liked it. That was cool. I got my answers, so I know what to give. Should we avoid? Then that takes me to another question. Should we? Because like you said, we should aim to keep the Sabbath. There's people that are already in there that are doing this stuff. So why in the world would we need to be up in there in the first place? We should choose something to where we should be able to honor the Sabbath. But then that goes, and that also goes along with what we was talking about, where you were saying, like, would you rather have just Esau or whoever else is up in the joint tending to you, or would you rather have a brother? You know what I'm saying? At least have a brother or somebody in there that, you know, understands your plight and is willing to help you. And, you know, so,
Mhm.
and then that goes into the question, okay, that's the question. How do you how do you separate, because I have it here, but how do you separate what we're talking about now? And I know the other part is all out unrighteousness, but it sounds similar. So how do we go about what we're talking about here about the Shabbat and work and emergency services, and that upholds society's, you know, structure and safety, versus the brothers and whoever else that teach that it is okay to work on the Shabbat? I know that their core is because we're so oppressed by Esau, and you know it's to feed your family, so Yahweh's not tripping. I know that that's kind of the core to that, but how do we not have those intersect?
No, I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
So, okay. Let me. Okay, so what we're talking about here, like, right, the chaos work, working on the Shabbat, like, if that's what you got to do, and you're doing something, like, all right, it's cool. You know, there's certain instances, like you read, like you had read, and was it Nehemiah?
Yeah,
About
Nehemiah.
the okay, so you have that. You have these instances where it's okay as far as chaos and justice work is concerned. Now, as opposed to the brothers and other Israelites that teach that it's okay to work on the Sabbath.
Just in general, just regular general work on the Sabbath. What and I'm not I hear you making a comparison, but I'm not getting. Can you be a little more direct with what the question is about the comparison?
Okay, so the question is, what separates the two? Because a brother can come say, well, you guys are saying this over here, but that's kind of what we're saying, right?
So your question is, what's the difference between painting a house or working at a restaurant on the Sabbath or working to save somebody's life on the Sabbath? Using one is the example that the Messiah and Nehemiah show us. That's the difference. I mean, it's not a one is you're performing labor and work that's not related to somebody staying alive or being saved on the Sabbath day. You know, that I mean it's as simple as that. You know, like if somebody's like working at let's say somebody's working at a barbecue place on the Sabbath day, kosher food. You ain't supposed to be lighting that fire. You're not supposed to be working like that, and you ain't supposed to be buying and selling. And you're supposed to cook your food before the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? So there's not nothing that it's a violation of the Sabbath. And again, the Messiah showed us the example of healing people on the Sabbath, and Nehemiah shows us the example of guarding the city on the Sabbath. And even with the Messiah, even Hamashiach, people were still criticizing him. So they even felt that he was pushing the envelope. Why? Because people were put under the spell of the religious leadership for adding stuff to the law, that practical things to help people they didn't want you to do, even though they knew that they would help an animal that was in a bad situation on the Sabbath day. And that's where we see the division. They would rather you help an animal than to do what you need to do to help a man who has a withered hand on the Sabbath day. That's the difference. You know, we talking about health and safety, the examples of the Bible, and these people are talking about, like, what are you doing? Like washing cars, building furniture. It's like it's not a category of whatever I want to do. I can say it's good and helpful, and that means I could do it on the Sabbath day. It's a free for all. There are two specific categories that the law addresses directly. One is health, and the other is safety. That's it. Like, you can't get painting, making clothes, furniture. So to me, it's a very simple reconciliation. You can reconcile working to save somebody or working to preserve somebody. One is very passive, waiting for an emergency to happen, and the other is passive in the sense that you're waiting for somebody to do something wrong before you react. But the other one is that you're actively working on this holy day. You're actively doing this activity. So even though you're working, one is you're just, on call. And the other one is that you're just passively sitting back. With the health, you're on call. And with the security, you just, hey, I'm gonna just chill. Don't stuff get out of line, because remember he told them, y'all come close to this gate again, we're gonna kill you, we're gonna hurt you. And they didn't come to the scripture says they came no more. So they just, on the wall, just chilling, looking at the birds, you know what I'm saying? Looking at the birds, talking, looking at the trees, probably reading their little scrolls and stuff, reciting prayers, stuff like that. But none of that contradicts anything we read in the Bible. Any other kind of work is somebody saying they want, even Yahweh. And when you go to Leviticus, when you go to Exodus chapter 34, Exodus 35, Yahweh said, you got to do dyeing, you got to do sewing, you got to do melting, you have to do fabrications, you have to do cutting of wood, you got to do joining of wood. But then he said, I don't want y'all doing nothing on the Sabbath day. When he's talking to Moses in Exodus 34. It's only like 12 verses in that chapter. And it's Yahweh telling him, hey, we got all this work to do. Talk to Aholiab and Bezalel. And I want you to tell them all these things that need to be done. All right. All these different activities that need to be done. You know what I'm saying? In the first 12, I think the first 12 verses, they have that conversation. And then after that, they move into different laws. But in Exodus 34, the Most High is having this conversation, with Moses, and he's telling him, look, man, these are the different activities that you have to do on the Sabbath day. Don't do it. These are different activities you got to do, but on the Sabbath day, don't do it. Don't do these things on the Sabbath day. And that's why Moses comes and says, you got to work on it. You got to, 6 days you work and do all your labor. Don't kindle no fire. Rest on the Sabbath day. Okay. I believe it's so we got a whole relationship that's centered around. We have a whole conversation, several chapters that is centered around building a tabernacle for Yahweh. But then even Yahweh comes back and says, but don't do any work. Don't do any work on the Sabbath day. You know, so he tells, you know, actually, you know what? Maybe I got the, so he tells Moses everything he wants done. You know, but then he said, hey, but on the Sabbath day, don't do these things. And look at all, you know, look at everything he's talking to him about. All right. And then he's saying, okay, well, and the people are expected to follow that. So now if Yahweh is saying, hey, I don't want y'all doing none of these things for me on the Sabbath day. I don't want y'all doing none of these things for me on the Sabbath day. How can we now say, well, we can't do them for Yahweh on the Sabbath day? He told us specifically to not do these things for him. But now, what am I doing? I'm putting another God before him when I come and do these things for somebody else on the Sabbath day. Okay? So that's how I would answer that concern right there.
God.
All right, so
Awesome.
I end the bar. Anybody else?
I don't think I have any more questions. A lot of my questions really just fall into gray areas. And the only reason why I say that is because when I'm thinking, I'm not thinking to answer general questions. I'm thinking to answer the presumptuous Jake that wants to use every excuse in the book rather than to just obey Yahweh. So if I could leave them stumped, that's kind of my ultimate goal, is to leave them stumped and without any type of runaround.
Yeah, we definitely need to study to show ourselves approved, a workman that need not be afraid or ashamed, and we must be also able to answer every man that questions us about this hope and this glory that we're talking about, that we expect to partake in, and to be defenders of righteousness, defenders of the word of Yahweh. So we have to put ourselves in a position to be able to answer when people do start, you know, talking in a very silly manner and contradicting the word of the Most High. And again, you know, yeah, I made a mistake. I said Exodus 34. It's actually Exodus 31. When Yahweh told them in short, he says, you're going to be devising cunning works in gold and silver and brass, cutting stones, carving timber, all manner of workmanship, the tabernacle, the ark, the mercy seat, the table, the furniture, the candlestick, the altar of burnt offering, the clothes, the holy garments, the anointing oil. So he says that I'm giving you instructions on how to make all of these things. But then it says, verily my Sabbath you shall keep. So what does that tell us? That tells us that Yahweh is specifically associating the work that we're doing for him, for his command, for his worship, but we still must observe the Sabbath day. We still got to observe a day of rest. That's what we see from Exodus 31, verses 1 through 17. And we got to understand the fact that this verse doesn't just come out of nowhere. Yahweh just got finished telling Moses what he wants done, and the people that he wants to do it. And then he follows up by saying, my Sabbath you shall keep. It's a sign between me and you throughout your generations. Right after all of this work is listed. So meaning that I want y'all to do this work for me, but I don't want you doing it on the Sabbath day. So if you want me to do work for you, I can't do that work for you on the Sabbath day. But if my animal or if my brother is sick on a Sabbath day, I can attend to that sickness or on the Sabbath day in a dangerous situation on the Sabbath day. If we're protecting, if we got people that's coming to, remember, even after Nehemiah, we got the Maccabees that were they kept a defensive posture on the Sabbath day. In other words, they were ready to fight if they needed to fight on the Sabbath day, but they didn't go out to pick the fight on the Sabbath day. Same with Nehemiah. He had the people on the Sabbath day around the wall of Jerusalem to watch for people coming in to violate the Sabbath, but he didn't go out attacking and just looking for people that he thought was maybe doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? Masha, what's your question out? Or statement, whatever? What you got?
Familiar situation with the brother at my job, and the brother was he was saying like, my elder, he went to do two different things. The first thing he went into was how we don't have to wear fringes because the fringes is for you to remember to keep the commandments. But I don't. But he was explaining that, arguing that I don't need fringes to keep the commandments. I was like, because I could remember not to steal. I could remember not to lie. I'm like, okay. But anyway, and then, that's not all I said, but that's not the point of this. The other things he spoke about the Shabbat, and I was telling him like, he's just like, nah, I gotta take care of my family. I gotta feed my family, man. This, that, and the third. I'm like, bro, it's just as simple. Yahweh told us we have 6 days to do everything that we need to do. 6 days, bro. You know what I'm saying? And a day of preparation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got 6 days. You got a whole week to get everything together just for this one day. So like, what's the excuse, bro? And then on top of that, like I told him, I went to what Hamashiach said. You know what I'm saying? How Hamashiach spoke about like, if you're going to, I can't remember verbatim, but he said something to the effect that, I think it's in Matthew chapter 10. How Hamashiach said something to the effect that he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. So if Yahweh says you have this amount of time to do this, and on the Shabbat you can't do no work, you know what I'm saying? Then that's that. That's not hard to understand. That's not hard to understand at all. It's really just you going off your lust. But eventually, and I was shocked, but eventually we talked about it because I didn't let it go. You know what I'm saying? I didn't let it go. I pressed him. I pressed that brother, man. I pressed that brother. And eventually, like maybe a week later, he ended up changing his schedule. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, and I was like, you changed your schedule? He was like, yeah. He's like, it was because of what you said. I was like, well, hallelujah. But another thing is that it was a question. Oh, this is like the biggest thing that people that hesitate about going out to teach on Shabbat, and they may argue and say, well, we are coming out there to kill people. So what would your response be to that? Because with Solomon does say that, that the word
That ain't what Hamashiach meant. That Hamashiach, he gave an example. Everybody needs to be spiritually healed on the Sabbath. So, nice try. I mean, I wouldn't even really entertain that. That's foolishness. Like you twisting what the Messiah meant. He gave his example of an animal that was stuck in a pit. You ain't going to get, he didn't give no metaphors. You feel, and that's the beautiful thing about it. He didn't give no metaphors. He gave a real physical example of what he meant and what he's doing. And somebody trying to philosophize and say, well, this could also be, no, it can't. We don't see no examples of, we don't see no examples of that in the Torah. And who are you healing? Who is the patient? Just random people walking up and down the street. I mean, it sounds good, but it's just a justification. Where did he do that? He was in Jerusalem on a Sabbath day. You can go teach on a Sabbath day in Jerusalem, in Israel. That's what the Messiah did. Paul and them was in the Israelite quarter too, but they weren't just, nobody's criticizing going to teach on the Sabbath per se. The criticism is you're driving and you're not having a holy convocation. You're doing what you want to do and not doing what the law specifically commands you to do on a Sabbath day. That's the problem. Like going out to teach has become your God for a lot of people. That's the God. The Most High said, have a holy meeting with other people on a Sabbath day. All right. The Most High said, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. So if you're not doing that on a Sabbath day, you're violating the Sabbath day. If you're not trying to do that, the Most High Yahweh, he said, don't prepare your food on the Sabbath day. So he said, prepare your food. The scripture says that on the Sabbath day, you have to refrain from starting a fire. So people trying to do all of these things against what the Most High said to do, I don't see how they could love him if their whole goal and their whole achievement is things that he said not to do. Like people crazy. Like you got to be crazy to say, well, the Most High said do this, but I'm gonna do this. Cause like I don't even see no justification, bro. Like they almost make a nigga get carnal on them for real. Like, because you don't make no sense and you don't make no sense in trying to justify something you want to do that the Father didn't command you to do. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in other words, you're doing what he said not to do, but you're not doing what he said to do. You know? Yeah, it makes that is something, and that's something to yawn about. You know, that's something that make a brother yawn, you know. But yeah, man, so and a lot of our people, man, they just, they just they sick. The people that's doing that, they sick themselves. The people that are trying to justify going out and doing that. So nobody's saying don't go teach on the Sabbath. What I'm saying is that's not a holy environment. Is a very unholy environment on the Sabbath day. And like I said, why is everybody going out on Saturday? Because that's when everybody is off and they got spare time and they don't want to put the work in to do it during the week. They want to do it when they can get 20 guys instead of just 3 or 4. Go teach every day after work. Go to the malls. Go to the bus depots. Go to the colleges, universities. Go during the week and have a holy convocation. Go on Sunday. They trying to get the maximum crowd. Oh, people ain't gonna be out there on Sunday, man. They go to church. Oh, really? So you mean people actually on a holy day that they say is holy, they actually have a place that they go to and don't be out on the streets on on their fake Sabbath day? Wow, that's interesting. What a strange concept. You can't drag no Jehovah Witness out of their little, you know, and any so-called Christian lady know she could be a nurse. Don't schedule me on the Sabbath. I mean on Sunday. That's the Lord's day. I go to church to praise the Lord on that day. So yeah, you can go out on the Sabbath day. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's saying don't go do nothing on the Sabbath day, but you know, you making stuff up because the Most High, He never commanded you to do that. You following the tradition of man and forsaking the commandments of Yahweh. You're doing exactly what Hamashiach warned us about. Exactly. He said, of a truth, you forsake the commandments of Yahweh that you may keep your own traditions. And that is a tradition created by Hebrew Israelites. The Most High in Christ did not create. You must go out and teach everybody you can on the Sabbath day. The scripture says that Christ went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day. The scriptures say that Moses was read in the synagogue on the Sabbath day in every city. So how are you going to overlook that and say, well, we're going to go teach on the streets, though? We ain't going to do all that other stuff. So it's a recruiting drive to teach because people ain't really being taught the commandments, low key. So that's how I answer that. The first question I would answer by saying that Hamashiach, you know, he never. Well, you didn't ask a question. You more or less made a comment, but that's how I would address that. You know, and if you persistent, brother, like you said, the brother saw it after a while. He said, "Man, I'm gonna start working on Sabbath day," and that was his first step. Now, brother, we got some more work to do too. You know, so yeah, the yoga.
Bring them in.
I said, "Is that
Bring them
yoga?"
in.
That's probably a grip ago. That's like 2 years ago, right, Masha?
13 years ago.
That's about 2 years ago, right?
Yep. He's still hanging in there too.
Oh yeah, Rapayala said bring him in.
Wait, he said, I press him. I press him. I press him.
I did go. I did. Like almost. I'm telling you, I was like the Shabbat. Like, bro, that pissed me off. Like, well, I was like, you know what? You know, we dealt with it all.
So you were listening to somebody that wanted to. He low key wanted connection. I mean correction, and he knew he was wrong, and that's the first part. But people go out there just ambiguously, you know, you're not healing nobody, bro. Like people, you're when people go out there teaching on the Sabbath day and all that, like, they not really. No, you're not healing nobody. You're just talking. You're not, I mean, you argue. First of all, you arguing with people. Let's get that straight. It always turns into an argument or a debate or friction on the Sabbath day. It's never just, okay, we hear you, but we got to go now. And the person that got to go now, you're going to find something insulting to say about them. Well, we about to go on the Sabbath day. All right, Masha, your hands up again.
I was gonna ask you about Isaiah 58 verse
13.
I think it's where it talks about burdens on the Shabbat.
The one about turning your foot or carrying the burden on the
I think it's
Shabbat.
13. Come
Well, Nehemiah was talking about that too. Because people, and I think Jeremiah was talking about it too. Okay.
maybe it wasn't Isaiah.
I thought Jeremiah was talking about it. Jeremiah was talking about it in Jeremiah 17, and Nehemiah was in Nehemiah 13. Isaiah may have mentioned something similar to that in passing. What Isaiah mentions is not doing your own pleasure or your own ways on the Sabbath and turning away your foot from doing what you want to do on the Sabbath day, which means prioritizing what Yahweh wants on the Sabbath day. Like specifically wants. Like if I tell you to If I tell you to clean your room and then I come in there and you on the floor like polishing the floor. I mean, yeah, the floor is included, but the priority is to clean the room. So the most I say have a holy convocation first. You know, when we see the scripture said read, what else are we going to read more holier than the holy words of the Most High? That's all together in chapter form for us and how our ancestors interacted with him, you know. But if you're talking about Jeremiah, he said, don't carry any burdens outside of your house on the Sabbath day and don't do any work, but keep the Sabbath day holy as I commanded your fathers. That's what Yahweh said in Jeremiah 17:21. And in Nehemiah, we read earlier, people were, they said, it says people had all kinds of burdens which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. So it wasn't the people inside the city. The problem was the people outside the city coming to pollute the city. Now, do you think that the Israelites were leaving outside of that holy sanctified zone, going outside the city saying, y'all need to keep the Sabbath day? And yeah, nah, first of all, the gates was closed. It was only about us. It wasn't about no rebels, no disobedient people. So that's another indicator. When Christ and them and when Paul and them are talking, they're talking in an Israelite environment. They're talking in like an Israelite zone. You know, they're not going to the temple of the false gods and stuff teaching on the Sabbath day. Israelites have lost their damn mind, man. Israelites have lost their mind, man. You see no example. Matter of fact, Paul was chill. Paul was like, Israelites want to go and attack people. We can't go attacking people on the Sabbath day. You're going to go attack the people in the churches on the Sabbath day, um, antagonizing them, not being protagonistic, not antagonizing. Hey, you know, the Most High love you. This is Sabbath day. Here's some information about it. But your pastor is a liar and all this and that. Christ, Hamashiach and them was outside the synagogue building with the people, but because we got a whole nother religious system that didn't exist in biblical times, we want to attack it. But they did have pagan temples in Corinth. You don't see Paul going attacking and approaching them people, you know, on the Sabbath day, man. It was a holy time to be set apart. You know, Israel wasn't dealing with no Gentiles and y'all. This is the Most High's day, bro. Like this is the Most High's day to keep holy. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall you work and do all your labor, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh. Remember and holy. All right. You going out looking for, this is what I want to see. I want to see you do what Christ did. I want to see you going to Skid Row, going under the bridges, going around the shelters to the homeless with damn Band-Aids, Q-tips, with alcohol pads, and with peroxide and with Narcan on a Sabbath day. Like, why? Niggas always got to metaphoricize something. It can't never be what it say. Do what the man did. Go literally try to help people improve their health on a Sabbath day because they trying to justify what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? Go give out things that's going to help people get healthy on a Sabbath day. Give out gauze. You know, give out iodine. You know, give out itchy cream. You know, people on the street, they're getting bit. You know what I'm saying? They got bug bites on them. You know, they feet get messed up. Give them some of athlete's foot powder, bro. Like, stop trying to make everything into a metaphor because you want to do something that it don't say to do. Do what it says to do first, bro. Like, why you got to play this little verbal game where, well, you know, if you think about it, we are, you know, we are healing people's minds on the Sabbath day. And we got to drive to get there. And when we out there, we get thirsty. And Christ is the water of life. So we got to buy water and buy some soda, when we out there teaching. And if it's cold, that warm water ain't gonna do no good. So we gotta buy some coffee, not bring a thermos of coffee with you from home that you prepared on Friday, but you out there, buying it. So everything is a metaphor. But do what he did specifically. Go and actually help people that are sick. If that's what he did, how can you say, I'm not gonna do that? I'm gonna convert it into what I want to do. Like, why would you even do that, right? Why would you do that? Like, how is that respecting your leader? How is that respecting the example? That's not his example. How is that expecting his example, respecting the example he gave us? Why not just do what he said to do? Do what he demonstrated to us. Why not go look for cats and dogs that are stuck? Get some kittens out the trees on the Sabbath day. This is what he said. He said, if the animal falls into a pit, wouldn't you get it out? Go get some animals out the pit. He said, how much more valuable is a human than a sheep? So go help some brothers that, are falling and I can't get up situations. People need crutches. Give them crutches. People's hands are withered. Give them massage cream that's going to help their hand and their nerves become healed. They got a special lotion you can put on your hand and it'll help kind of give you some type of sensation in your nerve endings on your fingers. So do that. Everybody want to look what Hamashiach did and say, well, we ain't going to do that, but we're going to do this. Do what he did. Then we can move on to the metaphors or the things that are similar. But didn't that water just come on? It should be on this way. It wasn't on when I was down there just now. Yeah, so it shouldn't be on. It shouldn't be on again now. You know what I'm saying? All right, everybody. So that's about it, Masha, man. And then sometimes, Masha, if you in this, you got to see like who's around. Am I talking to this guy? Can somebody fix that for me, please? Am I talking to this guy one-on-one, or do he got a big audience with him? The brother you talked about, you talked to him one-on-one, man. It would have been different, maybe, if he would have had somebody watching that interaction. All right. All right, y'all. We've been on here 4 hours. I'm gonna get up off of here now. I'm gonna get up off here now. We finished, believe it or not, we finished 2.5 hours ago. All right. Is that a question, Yahweh? And that's why, Yahweh, what's your question? Your hand is up, or are you saying goodbye?
Just want to say I enjoy everything, and Masha, keep it up. It's great to hear that someone is making a change, and just keep it up, Masha. And I want to say I love all of you, and I enjoyed everything.
All right, all praise to the Most High. All of us love you too. Right, y'all? Yeah, they said it. Everybody said they do too. And keep up the good work, Masha. Keep up the good work. And keep edifying that brother too, man. All right, so shalom, Mashpaka.
Wisdom cried aloud. And that's what we doing right now while we out. That's us. We're wisdom crying aloud. That's we in the open square.
So bring them brothers and sisters in that that need help getting spiritually and physically healthy and do it in a righteous and orderly way, you know. So you say, like that brother, you crying out to that brother, hey, the Most High said this, you pressing him, bro. You got to stop this. It's Sabbath day, man. You know, it's fringes. I mean, but again, that's that. If the Most High said don't steal and don't kill, and then say, do this to remember the commandments, you can't say, well, I'm not going to do this one because, like, you know better. You act like you know better than the Most High. He still said it. He didn't say until you remember. He said, do it, you know. That's why he said, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. That means when you remember the Sabbath, you don't got to keep it holy no more? That doesn't make sense. What about the Sabbath day? It's the same verb. Remember this, look on these fringes, and remember the commandments. All right, everybody. Shalom. Shalom, Mashpachah. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.